and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned.
I love the statement the Browns had, and I don't think they realized what they were saying, but they told me a whole lot about what this deal is all about. This is from the Executive Vice President of Football Operations, Sashi Brown. We're really excited to acquire a second-round draft choice in this trade. Draft picks are extremely important to our approach in building a championship-caliber football team. We are intent on adding competition to every position on our roster and look forward to having Brock come in and compete. You don't lead with getting your franchise quarterback if you think he's a franchise quarterback. So you just basically told me, Dan, we're really happy to get this second-round draft choice. Oh, by the way, we got Brock Osweiler as well. For a team that doesn't have a quarterback, they still don't have a quarterback.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Call another one going to the dance.
Texas State will inbounds. It's counted down. 3, 2, 1. It's over. It's over. The Troy Trojans are the Sun Belt Conference Tournament champions.
And here come the Streamers, everybody.
The Troy Trojans are going to the NCAA tournament.
They beat Texas State 59-53. So did Providence.
For the first time ever, the Ivy League tournament final reaches a conclusion. The Princeton Tigers are headed back to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2011.
Princeton triumphant over Yale 71-59. Also, Kentucky cruised right along the SEC champs as well as they dumped Arkansas 82-65. I'm David Gascon.
We are Fox Sports. Okay. FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. This, ding ding, let's go, is Fox Sports Sunday.
Let's keep it rolling
With Mark Willard and Chris Broussard.
I'm excited to be here, man.
Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Mark Willard and Chris Broussard.
Yeah, I think you can tell here on Selection Sunday, which is only, a couple hours away from where we're going to see these brackets lay out. I think you can tell kind of where we're at on it. Like, let me know when Thursday gets here, and I'll be all in. But I just have a hard time getting hot and bothered over whether Duke's going to be a 1 or a 2. They're going to be 1 or a 2, and then we're going to go play games, and they might win a national title. I don't know.
I don't think they'll be a 1.
I don't think they should
be with 8 losses.
I agree. That would be a record, by the way.
I was going to say, I can't imagine. What's the most losses that a number 1 seed
I'd
has
have to look that up. I just know
I wouldn't think it's even close to 8.
I've already heard in a number of places no one's ever had 8.
Yeah, they should not be. That, as belittled as the regular season already is, this would just ruin it. And that's the interesting thing about March Madness. As much as we all like it, can we admit this is not about it's not about finding out who's the best team.
No,
because in a one-and-done scenario,
it's about who wins the reality show.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's
exactly what it is. Like if
Survivor.
If you had this in the NBA, one and done, can you imagine what that would look like?
It would be highly unfair and wildly dramatic.
Yeah, it would be wild, but you're right. It'd be totally unfair.
I don't know why I feel like that would be unfair, but I don't feel like it's unfair in college. Probably just because of the number of teams we're talking about. You know?
Well, yeah, you couldn't do it. You couldn't play series.
There aren't 200 NBA teams.
Yeah, you couldn't play series. And the NBA playoffs is a great setup because I think you really find out who the best team is.
It's stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, baseball, you never. It's baseball.
It's quirky.
It is what it is. The best team in baseball is generally whoever was best in the regular season.
Yeah, let's get what is it, Gavin?
Yeah, last year it will be the most losses.
If Duke gets a win.
Yeah, what's 7?
Seven? Really?
Virginia had 7 last year.
Wow.
I believe.
Okay.
And Michigan State had 7 losses in 2012.
Okay.
And Illinois,
and to my point, I would not have even been able to tell you that Virginia was a 1 seed last year.
I used to be really into Selection Sunday.
Yeah, no.
Way back. Because I was more, honestly, growing up, as much as I love the NBA and Showtime and Bird and the Celtics, I was more into college basketball than I was into the NBA.
You know what?
As a kid.
I think I would share that thought with you. It's always, for me, though, I've never been into it in November. I've never been into college basketball in November.
Let me ask you this question. How much do you think, and this might not just be basketball, but some other sports, oversaturation? Mm-hmm. Because I remember growing up, Saturday afternoon when you'd have like 2 college games on, and Al McGuire and Billy Packer, and I used to love that. Saturday was in college basketball, Sunday was NBA. But though it wasn't, now, I mean, there's games on every single night. And I'm not complaining. It's a good thing to have.
No, but when there is a game,
oversaturation.
When there is a game that you want to see and somehow it's not available on TV wherever you live, you're like, what the hell's wrong?
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not
bizarre.
on TV? Right. Can I stream this thing or something?
Which you can't. You can stream
anything now. Yeah, but no, you're right. I mean, it is about accessibility, and it's always there, and so therefore there isn't that need for it and all that. But I also just think, football is king, and I'm just in November. I'm not there yet. I used to get there earlier than I do now.
Yeah.
Now
preseason used to be big. To me, I mean. Seeing the All-American team in Street and Smith magazine, all that was a big deal because you knew, it would be some juniors and sophomores and seniors on that team. Whereas now it's
those are swear words now.
Oh man, if you stay longer, like T.J. Leaf, this freshman from UCLA, there's talk that he may come out and that he may be a lottery pick. He's not ready. He's not in the least bit ready for the NBA. Okay, but this may be the best time for him to come out because his stock will likely just continue to drop the longer he stays. They're not going to be nearly as good next year without Lonzo Ball.
Correct.
For him to come back, TJ Leaf, he will have to dominate. The only way it helps him is if he absolutely dominates. If he plays well, even better than this year, but he's not dominant, they'll pick apart his game, and his stock will drop.
You get a larger sample size.
Yeah.
And what you want as a player is to not have it. You want a small sample size and have somebody think they can place a futures bet on you.
Yep.
As opposed to knowing exactly what they're getting. Plus, you're labeled with one of those ugly words like sophomore. awful word in sports. You don't want to be labeled as a sophomore. That's terrible. We got a blast of a final hour here ahead. Nick Wright is going to join us here in about 10 to 12 minutes.
With a bizarre opinion.
with a take that just quite frankly is very hard to stick to, but I give it to him because he's trying. And Monty Poole, Warriors Insider, CSN Bay Area, later on this hour as well. I want to get this in, too. Mark Willard, Chris Broussard, 877-99 on Fox. If I'm Tony Romo, I'm 5 days away from throwing a fit. 5 days.
Yeah, I'm here.
5 days, Jerry, before I am throwing a fit. Which is, and look, the Cowboys have never publicly stated, we're going to release him. We're not going to release him. Those are always reports.
Just reports. Anonymous, yeah.
But the reports are coming from somewhere. And Tony Romo has been in the room with Jerry Jones, where I'm sure that they've had these conversations. And if I'm Romo, and I did what I did, which was be a Hall of Fame by the numbers talent.
But he's not a Hall of Famer.
By the numbers.
Would you put him in the Hall of Fame?
Not yet. This career's not over, though, either. Not yet.
Wow. We got to get back to that, too. You can't just throw out Tony Romo as a Hall of Famer
his numbers,
and not have a discussion.
His numbers are on the level of discussion.
But I thought you were a statist.
Well, yeah, that's why
There's nothing beyond stats. And let's face it, his numbers, as good as they are, this is a different era, too.
Phillip Rivers is going to go to the Hall of Fame. He hasn't won
He's done more than Romo, though. He's better than Romo.
Won a couple playoff games.
How many has Romo won? 2 out of 6?
Couple playoff games. Same thing.
I take Rivers over Romo.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, he's in the conversation bucket. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know what I would vote. It's not over yet. But he's in the conversation bucket. He's been a good player for the Cowboys for a long time. He's got a personal relationship with the Jones family. And most importantly of all, when Dak Prescott became a thing, Tony did everything right by the team. He did everything you'd want him to do, and we don't know many athletes that would have done it that way.
So did the team want? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking. Did the team want that press conference? That over dramatic. And I'm not ripping Tony, but it was a little over dramatic.
I can't speak for them, but I think
it was a little much.
I think they needed it. I think the whole country needed it. They did, because
we needed a shorter one though.
Maybe.
We needed one that he went a little, it was like a retirement speech.
Yeah, it did.
And I like Romo.
Sometimes those go a little too long.
It was a little melodramatic.
Okay. Well, listen.
He needed to speak. You're right about that.
From his perspective, you get all the way to the point where your team around you is finally ready to make a run in your mid-30s, and your body breaks down on you, and something else comes along to become the next big thing. I can understand the emotions.
Oh, I can understand the emotions.
Yeah,
I can understand the emotions.
And then beyond that, though, he plays that thing like a fiddle, like he could not have done better by the team than he did. And now we get to the point where it's time to repay him. If the Cowboys wanted to trade him, and they had stuck to that from the beginning, I would say the conversation might be different. But they didn't. They didn't. Those reports came from somewhere. We're going to release him. We're going to release him. We're going to release him. Then the Cowboys the Broncos and Texans are rumored to be like, we both want him, and all of a sudden they go, I wonder if we could get something out of these guys. Then both of them come right back and say, absolutely, we will not trade for this. And now here we are in no man's land. And if I'm Tony Romo, I'm about to get really mad if you hang on to me so that you can play a game of chicken to see if you can get a 6th-round draft pick out of somebody. Like, that's not right. That is not right. If it doesn't work out that you can't find a trade, I give you 5 days. And if you haven't done it, you cut bait and let me go find my team.
Interesting discussion.
Because other quarterbacks are being gobbled up. Plans are being made.
Interesting discussion. It really is, because I'm with you. You want Tony Romo to be treated right. And look, I would like nothing more than to see him in Houston.
Me too.
Because I think it would be so interesting, right?
That'd be the place.
Assuming he can stay upright, that's the play. Denver would be all right, but Houston's where I want to see him.
They would immediately, probably by Vegas, be the second favorite in the
AFC.
AFC.
Oh yeah, I think so for sure. Yeah, them in New England. But do I think the Cowboys owe him? Like now, I don't even want to put it that way. Does Romo have the leverage to go in there in 5 days, rant and rave, and make a big stink and say, "Get me out of"? I don't know.
I'll tell you,
because they're paying you plenty of money.
Yes, they are.
This is too harsh to say you got beat out. You didn't get beat out. You got, you know what I mean?
But Wally pipped is what you got.
Yeah, but I don't know that he has the leverage to do that.
Okay.
We've done right by you, Tony. We're paying you. And these reports, they can always deny them too.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're anonymous sources.
Right. My point is this. I'm Tony Romo. I have a very, very short amount of time left to try to achieve my dream of winning a Super Bowl. No hard feelings that it's not going to be here. But, Jerry, I'm about to find a microphone and blow this sucker up if you don't release me.
What could he do?
What could he do?
Yeah. Like if the Cowboys
polarize the entire fan base.
If the Cowboys said, you know what? Look, he need a freaking backup. We're better off with Tony Romo as our backup. If there's no guarantee. Number one, I wouldn't put it this way, but there's no guarantee Dak will stay healthy. In the back of their minds, you don't say it publicly. Maybe there's a sophomore slump.
But that discussion is the discussion that I think has already happened. That's the discussion that's
why
happened.
they're still holding on to it?
Well, no, I think that they probably ran that by Tony, and he was like, hell no.
Okay.
Fox wants me to replace John Lynch. I'll go do that rather than sit here with a clipboard and watch Dak
so maybe is that his leverage?
That's part of it.
Okay.
And he can polarize the fan base.
How?
If he comes out publicly and says that this is unacceptable to me, there will be Cowboy fans some of them will be on his side. And you don't want that. You don't want that if you're Jerry Jones.
If you're winning,
this is those
Cowboys fans, man. If you're winning, you think they really going to hold on to that?
Jerry Jones does not want a personal relationship with Tony Romo to go south.
I agree. He loves Romo.
So that's the leverage.
But it's also a business.
Oh, no question.
And if Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, if they really feel like, man, rather than get nothing for you, we rather keep you as a backup,
then they had to stick to that from the beginning.
They can. You're right. I know it's sources, but as long as their name is not attached,
too late.
Look,
too late.
We've already gone on the roller coaster, right? They've already. Yeah. We're going this way, then we're going this way, then we're going. So it's an interesting thing.
You know what?
And it looks like there won't be any comeback from that 13-0.
No, now it's 37-17. The Celtics lead the Bulls. All right, once Nick Wright is done talking about the fact that Kevin Durant, there's buyer's remorse, and once we've worn him out on that take, we should enter him into this Romo conversation as well. He joins us in a moment on Fox Sports Radio.
Our growth, is massive. What? Check it. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. We're everywhere. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, Arnie Spanier here. As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real price on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you can even show up on the lot. Need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP off new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new car, even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
As an entrepreneur, you're always on the go. So turn your mobile phone into a business phone system with Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Make and receive business calls using our iPhone and Android apps. Get a new business number or keep your current one. Forward your calls to any phone and even get your voicemails transcribed. Join over 250,000 small businesses who stay connected with Grasshopper. See how it works at grasshopper.com, the entrepreneur's phone system.
All right, guys, huddle up. Coach's car battery died and he's running behind. And since I haven't been paying attention, I have no idea what plays we run or what most of your names are for that matter. So what I'll do is I'm going to pop this antacid tablet. I'll fall down. I'll fake a heart attack. And then you guys act shocked and concerned and stuff. And hopefully that'll buy me enough time for the coach to get here. All right, team on three.
Make sure you'll be there. Get a car battery test today. Find a location at interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries. Outrageously dependable.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
We'd like to congratulate the Erie Bayhawks on their new affiliation with the Atlanta Hawks. It was a slam dunk for hoops in Erie, and we're looking forward to seeing NBA superstars in the making. Gotta love Erie.
Every day,
The men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda, that's $10,012. Please drive around.
Wait, 10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit betiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
I never get the flu. My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
Diabetes Research Foundation International and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
So how do you like it?
Sounds incredible.
You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep three, right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this? Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio. FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
That's Chris Broussard. I'm Mark Willard. Nick Wright, FS1 on the phone. So a Harden guy, a LeBron guy, and a Westbrook guy walk into a bar. I don't know how to finish the joke. I don't know how the conversation's going to go.
There's only one MVP, according to Nick Wright. Nobody else deserves to be in the discussion.
Every year, right?
Every year.
You know what? It's not as crazy of a thought as the other thing that you guys were discussing this week, which is that the Warriors might have buyer's remorse. Nick, are you kind of like spitballing on that, or like you truly believe that in those front offices they're questioning their moves?
They were the greatest team in league history last year, and this year they're not going to be the 1 seed.
What? Did they win a championship?
Chris, listen.
That's
you
how
and
we measure greatness.
Chris, you and I have had. It's okay that we disagree on this, but if you want if you want to ask me what I think about this, last year was the greatest basketball team I've ever seen. I'm not going to let the final minute of the NBA Finals change that, just like the greatest football team I've ever seen didn't win a title either, the 07 Patriots. Last year's team, whether you want to say they're the greatest team ever or whatever it was, they were, objectively speaking, a better team than this year's team, and that doesn't even take into the consideration that because of the Durant move, they're losing Iguodala and Livingston this coming off season. Like, this is, just because you added talent doesn't mean you got better. And what they did not account for was by adding the second best player in the world, Kevin Durant, they were turning the previous second best player in the world, Steph Curry, into like a rich man's Seth Curry, which they didn't sign up for.
Nick, couldn't I, like, the first thought that comes to mind is, couldn't I say that this argument's a little circumstantial? Are we having this conversation if Kevin doesn't get hurt? Because what they were before he got hurt was still the number one team in basketball.
I don't know if we're having it if he didn't get hurt, but he got hurt.
Well, but that happens. That happens, right?
Yeah, well, first of all, and when we get to the MVP thing, it's one of the reasons every year, particularly this year, LeBron's the MVP because he's the only player in the league, only player in league history. You don't ever have to worry about being hurt. But I digress. When you had a team last year that could have withstood, that could withstand some injuries, when you get rid of the depth for a guy who's been injured twice in the last 4 years, and then he gets injured, by the way, gets injured on a play a lot of guys don't get injured on. You see a lot of guys, that's not always a 6-week injury what happened to Durant. And listen, Durant's a tremendous player. He's, in my eyes, one of the 30 greatest basketball players ever. But the injury thing matters. And it is remarkable to me that the conventional wisdom is not, now that we have a 65-game sample, on my side. The Warriors punted on the 1 seed last night. They're like, screw it, we're fine with the 2 seed. That's a hell of a fall from where they were. The biggest difference is that Steph is no longer Steph. Why is Steph no longer Steph? Because Durant's there. Why are they running out lineups involving Pat McCaw and Zaza Pachulia? Because of what they did to go get Durant. Like, I can't believe that I'm in the minority on this. We now have the evidence.
We don't have the evidence. You keep saying they were the best team you ever saw last year. Maybe that's the best team you ever saw. But they weren't world beaters during the playoffs. I mean, by all objective measurement, they should have lost the Western Conference Finals.
Well, then
They look great in the regular season. But that means nothing. Having the best record in the regular season means nothing. It's what you do in the playoffs, and not only did they lose the finals, but they didn't look great in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, let's diagram what you just said there for a second, because you said by all objective measures they should have lost in the Western Conference Finals. Well, that logic then means by all objective measures they should have won the finals. Same thing, right? If they should have lost when they were down 3-1, they should have won when they were up 3-1. Like, if we're going to go down that rabbit hole, we can go down that rabbit hole.
But if they had lost in the conference finals, they wouldn't have been in the finals.
Of course, right. And there's a lot of ifs. But what we do know is the team as it was, despite a Bogut injury, despite a Draymond suspension, despite people claiming Steph was not 100%, despite all that, with a minute left in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, it's a tie ball game. And to overhaul that team, I think was a mistake. I think it was a mistake in real time, and I said it in real time. And one other point, this point of, let me, and the audience might disagree with me. Chris, you obviously disagree with me. Winning 73 games is more impressive than winning a championship.
Oh, my gosh.
Pause. Every single year, someone wins a championship. In the history of the sport, no one's done what they did. Like, we know every year going into the season that someone's going to win the title. We also, prior to last year, knew that no one was going to come close to 73 wins. But I guess my question for you guys is this. What's the argument that they're better? Someone tell me the argument that they're better, other than they should be.
I'll give you the argument, and then I'll get to your other prior point about 73 wins. The argument is that when Kevin Durant was healthy, they had the best offensive in the league, which was not new, and they also had the best defense, or top 2 defense.
They
led the league. They weren't fourth. They were in the top 3 at the very least. It was Utah, San Antonio, Memphis. It's top 4 maybe. Okay, 4. They led the league in block shots. They were winning by, which is a one measure that is very accurate, is how your winning margin. Their winning margin was 13 points plus.
Right.
Last year it was 10 plus. So they weren't going for 73 wins this year.
Okay.
I mean, I'm honestly talking people up there, they weren't even trying to win 73 games.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing on those points, just quickly here. So last year they finished first in offense, third in defense, or fourth in defense last year. And this year, before Durant got hurt, I believe you were right, they were first in offense and third in defense. Last year they had a margin, I thought it was 11. You're telling me it's a little over 10. I trust it. So their margin this year was slightly better. However, last year, in the regular season, against the best teams in the sport, the teams with the 4 best records in the sport, they were 10-1. They were actually better against the best teams. This year, before Durant got hurt, against the best teams in the sport, they were 2-4. So the margin could be exacerbated by this point. I do believe there has never been a team in league history that's built better to beat mediocre teams than this Warriors team. Because you're going to play 48 minutes a night with either Steph, KD, or Clay, and usually 2 of those guys on the court. So most of the league is drawing dead. But the fact of the matter is they're not as good against the best teams. We saw that before Durant got hurt.
They weren't great last year. They weren't great last year against the best teams in the playoffs.
Nick, is this entire conversation leaving out a very underrated point, which is that this is still year one for this group? LeBron James, year one in Miami. Didn't get it done. So is it a little early to be painting with this broad of a brush about what this group will be?
No, because I'm just talking about this season. I don't know what's going to come next year. I'm not worried about what's going to come next year.
But why? But they are. When they made this move, it wasn't about this year. It was about about the next 5 years. They weren't going to be able to keep Barnes and Bogut.
You do not.
Totally true. They're opening a new arena, Nick.
Okay, that's fine, and that arena, because of the tech money in Silicon Valley, is going to be sold out no matter what. And Steph's going to stay there, so it's going to be sold out no matter what. But you do not. You absolutely unequivocally. So are you saying they thought when they signed Durant, maybe we take a step back next year, but it's for the greater good? No.
I'm not saying that was their. I'm not saying that was number one thought. It might have been their number 2 thought. The other option was to give $95 million to Harrison Barnes.
The other option is to run it back. Absolutely.
You would have maxed out Harrison Barnes.
I would have brought back everyone.
You would have maxed out Harrison Barnes.
Listen, man.
I mean, that's what it would have taken. You would have done that.
Sure.
When you already have Clay as a max guy, Draymond as a max guy, and you're gonna have to max Steph, obviously. You max Harrison Barnes.
Guess what? You think the Cavs wanted to give J.R. Smith $45 million? Of course not. But they had to.
That ain't the max.
I know it's not the max. It's also not the max years. I get that. And then Chris, you are really, really focused on the fact that they didn't win the title, as if it means they could. Hold on. As if it means they couldn't have won the title. My point is a very simple one. When you are a minute away from the greatest 2-year stretch in the history of the sport, the idea that let's change everything when you don't have to is, to me, a crazy one. And now we sit in a place where the Warriors, who it's not just by the way, and I know you'll agree with me on this, Chris, even if you don't agree with me on much of this stuff, last year's team felt different. They were a force of nature. Steph hitting that shot against Oklahoma City from 39 feet didn't even surprise anybody. You could be leading the Warriors by 8 with 1:40 left, and you were terrified because that's 3 possessions. This year's team isn't that. And the elephant in the room is what made that team so great was Steph had the greatest offensive season ever. Steph's going to go from getting all the MVP first place votes to not getting a single even 5th place vote. Maybe that happens if you don't bring in Durant, but we don't know. I know it happened once you did bring in Durant.
Nick, great having you on.
We're not going to do. I'll stay for another second if we do MVP. I mean, I feel like it's my obligation to almost educate the masses on this.
I tell you what,
I've slaughtered. I love your chin. You got a chin, man.
Monty Poole is standing by. Nick, if you want to let us call you back in 15 minutes, we will.
Call me whatever you want.
Okay,
same number.
There
I'll talk
it
to
is.
you guys later.
Okay, Mark Weather, Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending. Fox Sports Radio.
Well, Michigan and Wisconsin still going at second half play in the Big Ten Championship, and Michigan leads comfortably right now, 49-38. Meanwhile, SMU up by 15. They're cruising right along, 13-33 to play in the second half over Cincinnati. Mustangs 45, Bearcats 31. Finals from earlier today, Kentucky prevailed over Arkansas, 82-65. Troy, they've punched their ticket to the dance.
Texas State will inbounds. It's counted down. 3, 2, 1. It's over. It's over. The Troy Trojans are the Sun Belt Conference Tournament champions.
And here come the streamers, everybody.
The Troy Trojans are going to the NCAA tournament.
So's Rhode Island. They beat VCU 70-63. Princeton over Yale 71-59. I'm David Gascon.
We are Longhorns. 3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Yeah, this is one of those conversations that commercial break doesn't do a damn thing to it. Man. Just keeps on going. All right, we'll call Nick back. We'll call him back. Yeah, that's right. Live Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com. Call 800-947-AUTO. Only far apart. Figuring out which way is easier. It's Mark Willett, Chris Broussard. Let's get Monty Poole in here. Warriors Insider, CSN Bay Area. Follow him on Twitter, Monty Poole CSN. Monty, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you. I mean, it feels like almost likened this group to a big-time rock band. Not that they don't like each other, but you know how the Eagles was a great rock band. Don Henley, Glenn Frey never liked each other. There's all this pressure in the room all the time. It's starting to feel like that with the Warriors. Is the pressure getting to them? How would you describe all this?
I would say the biggest thing that's gotten to them is the injury to Kevin Durant. You know, when your best player goes down, I don't care how good a team you are, when you lose your best player, it changes things, especially when, in this instance, that best player came to a team that had already been pretty much together for a couple of years. So they essentially remade the team for the addition of Kevin Durant, and he goes down, and it throws things into disarray. So there is that, and then you have Steph Curry playing him not being himself. Draymond Green's shot is a little off. So I don't see these as terminal illnesses. I think these are all temporary problems. If Kevin Durant comes back, say the last week of the regular season or the first round of the playoffs, I still think this team should be able to win a championship.
Monty, we had Nick Wright of Fox Sports on just the segment ago, and he has this theory that the Warriors made the wrong move by breaking up last year's team and bringing in Kevin Durant. Do you sense any feeling of that in the organization, or do you yourself feel the same way as Nick?
No, you know, I don't sense that at all in the organization. They knew they had to make some changes because of the way their salary situation was structured, and they knew they didn't want to pay Harrison Barnes anything close to the max. And so let's put it this way: if Kevin Durant decides to stay in Oklahoma City or go elsewhere, where do the Warriors turn? Because if you look at the guys that aren't there this year, most space they miss a little bit. They miss Barbosa. Barnes was not missed very much until Durant went down. And so you look at that and you say, well, good Lord, they had a much deeper team. And in a sense, they did. And it took them a little while to get over that. And so you saw probably maybe 6-8 weeks into the season, the rotations changed. And rather than having a full second unit like they had for much of the last couple of years, they decided to stagger the stars. In other words, you had Durant and Klay Thompson out there with the second unit guys because that group needed some scoring. So I think in their minds, if you have Durant, Curry, Thompson, and Draymond Green, that you have the best roster in the NBA. And I agree with that. I mean, I don't have any regrets because I saw how good Kevin is. He was their best player this year. And the team they had last year, the key guy to me that couldn't come back was Bogut. And he was important to those last two teams, but they realized that they couldn't depend on him being there, on his presence. And it's happened in Dallas where he's gotten hurt, and it's happened again in Cleveland where he's gotten hurt. I'm not blaming Bogut, but what I'm saying is that when you have a guy like Bogut who's kind of important to what you do, but yet is missing so often at crunch time in important games, in important postseason periods, you have to realize, okay, this is probably not going to sustain itself. Let's do something different. If we can get Kevin Durant in here, that will change things dramatically. So I understand what they did. I see why they did it. I think it was the right move under the circumstances. I asked Joe Lacob, the CEO, what would he have done if Kevin decided to stay in Oklahoma City or go somewhere else? And he did not want to answer the question.
I bet
he did not want to answer the question. And I took that as him saying he didn't want to bring Harrison Barnes back.
Yep.
And after Harrison's performance in the finals, you kind of saw what that was. And so, I mean, Harrison had a nice start for Dallas, but you didn't see the greatness that some people thought he might have coming into the NBA. Solid player, a good player, but I don't think they wanted to try that group again.
Monty Poole, CSN Bay Area, joining us. Hey, Monty, you mentioned already the shooting struggle. Steph Curry down, Klay Thompson down, Draymond Green down. Is that just coincidental? Have you been able to put a finger on why that's happening?
Well, I think Klay was down, but he appears to be back. I mean, his shooting has gotten back to where you want to see it the last couple of games. So I would say that his dip is over. Now, Steph Curry's a different matter. His three-point shot, which has been, the backbone of his game, that's been his real moneymaker there. And it's just, he had, at the beginning of the season, you saw he was a little bit less aggressive. He wasn't assertive. He was almost timid about getting his offense because he was trying to assimilate Kevin. And after the Christmas Day game in Cleveland, where I think Steph had like 11 shots, and that was a big topic. It's like, what happened to Steph Curry, the MVP, back-to-back MVP? Well, shortly after that, they made a concerted effort to get him into get his shot more, to get him more involved in scoring. And he had a really good January. He was tremendous in January. But okay, Steph is now back. And then in February, you had a couple of games where he was good, a couple of games where he wasn't good. And these last 3 weeks, I think he's had really 2 really good games from three-point distance. Other than that, man, he had an 0 for, he's had a 1 for 8, 1 for 7. I mean, it doesn't look like him. And not only is he missing shots, but he's missing badly, and that's just not Steph Curry. So I don't know if it's mechanical. Somebody asked me the other day, is something going on in his personal life? I don't know about that. I haven't heard that. But certainly his shot does not look like the shot we've been seeing for the past few years. So, and Draymond, as far as he goes, I think Draymond is a lot of his mental. When he feels like he has the green light to shoot, he's pretty good. When he's not sure if they want him to shoot, then it sort of gets into his head. And I think they just have to reassure him, hey, if you're open, launch that bad boy. Launch it.
Monty Poole, CSN Bay Area, very, very good insight. Thank you so much, man.
All right, fellas, take care.
Thanks a lot, Monty.
All right, there goes Monty Poole on the Warriors, CSN Bay Area. You want to call? Let's call Nick back. Yeah,
let's call him back, man. Let's give him his chance to talk about the MVP.
One Harden guy, one Westbrook guy, and one LeBron guy walk into a bar. What happens next? Find out next. Fox Sports Radio.
Yay.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League year!
Pop the bottles. Kiss your wife. Hug your kids. Hug her kids that she had in a previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League year together on Fox Sports Radio.
If you're a CPAP user, soap and water cleaning may leave harmful bacteria, viruses, and mold that can make you sick. That alone will keep you up at night. Until now, SoClean.com is the world's first and only automated, hands-free CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. SoClean kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs without soap, water, harsh chemicals, or even equipment disassembly. And now, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-497-2323.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. approved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean's revolutionary design makes it easy to clean your CPAP and protect you against CPAP-related illnesses. Plus, SoClean works with all popular CPAP devices to clean them in minutes. It really is that easy. Don't risk your health. Call SoClean.com now to try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-497-2323. This offer won't last. Call now. 1-800-497-2323. 1-800-497-2323.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Now, here it comes. On stage and in person, The Price is Right, live. April 23rd at Erie Insurance Arena. All the games, prizes, and excitement. And now, more winners than ever before. You could even win from your seat. Tickets on sale now at erieevents.com. The Price is Right, live. Produced by Magic City Productions. No purchase necessary. For complete rules, visit or call the box office.
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
It's pouring rain. It's real dark outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. It's such extreme pain, you don't understand how you can finish. I began to feel that there was no way I was ever going to have my title, U.S. Marine. It takes special inner strength, courage, and desire to do this. I was just thinking, I'm so close. I'm so close. And when I finished, I was like, I'm done. I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me straight in front of me, put her arm on my shoulder and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossy, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year, but it takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bullyfree.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, WFNN Erie. Now, let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
Friday night, bright lights of London, Erie visiting the Knights. And it was at the Budweiser Gardens for a Midwest Division showdown. We would inch closer to crowning a division champion. And as the Otters heading into London, having won the last three matchups by a combined score of 17-5, looking to take this season series, and one that would have big implications on the playoff picture. Erie would find themselves trailing after the first period, 1-0 after being outshot 15-7, and Cliff Pooh scoring the first period's only goal. But the Otters rallied, and in their favorite period on the season, the second, storming back to take a 3-1 lead. With their first power play chance of the night, 8:59, Taylor Radish blasting one past Tyler Parsons from the right wing circle. And then at 11:31, Warren Fogle, set up by Ivan Lodnia after a failed breakaway attempt, though. He sets up Dylan Strome after Erie killed off a penalty. Fogle finishes it off in front from the Strome pass. 2-1 Erie. And then at 13:58, another power play try for the Otters.
Owen Hedrick with goals in his last 2 games, both on the man advantage. Blast one home from the center point. 3-1 Erie. The story coming into the game was would Alex DeBrincat continue his goal-scoring streak that was going into his 19th game, and it took down to just 26 seconds left. Net empty, Alex DeBrincat finds pay dirt, ties an OHL record with Mike Ricci and the Otters. Even more importantly, you get 2 points and a little breathing room in the Midwest Division standings. And as now you sit at first, the Owenstown attack leapfrogging the Knights. Both teams, though, have a game at hand. The Otters control their own destiny. It's going to take a win tonight against the top team in the Eastern Conference, the Peterborough Petes. Last meeting between these 2 teams in the regular season, and the Otters about to be their best to take on the Beasts in the East. I'm Aaron Cooney. This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. We'll get you set for tonight's matchup. We'll also look around the league and hear from Chris Knobloch to tune us up. Otters and Petes, top 2 teams in their respective divisions. That's next on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Hey, neighbor, cleaning the garage?
Well, if it isn't Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania.
Wow, look at this trophy case.
From back in the day, G.
Well, you can still go for gold.
Ah, $1 Million Gold Rush, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
With top prizes of $1 million.
See, I still got game, Gus. Instant game.
Keep on scratching.
The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang, and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's a 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and was prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payments due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back here inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Erie and the Peterborough Petes facing off here this evening. A 5 o'clock start from the Erie Insurance Arena, so we'll begin closing in on that here pretty quickly. But it's the top 2 teams in each of their respective conferences going at it tonight, with the Peterborough Petes leading the East and atop the East Division as well. Still trying to clinch, but you got the Oshawa Generals right behind them. Similar positioning as the Otters in the Western Conference. Peterborough Petes over in the East, with the other divisions locked up, but you still have teams right behind them, mainly the Oshawa Generals, 6 points trailing and attempting to get into lock in the number 1 seed over on the other side. And the Petes, it's interesting. You continue. It's always a discussion. The East a little better than the West. West better than the East, excuse me. And the Petes, even though they lead the Eastern Conference, they would sit 6th on the Western side if they were sitting in the on the other, shoe on the other foot and playing in the Western Conference. This just shows you how deep and how rough it is to come out of the Western Conference. It's going to be even tougher, and how important avoiding that 4-5 matchup right now. The London Knights will be taking on the Windsor Spitfires in the first round of the playoffs. Erie controls their own destiny, and they can lock up the 1 seed with their opponent still yet to be figured out. But the Otters are working more on continue to play the game that they've been doing over the last 2 nights, Windsor and in London. And with that, you're going to have the same lineup as we jump into our Marshall Mark Real Estate Services lineup. Troy Timpano to start, 33-7-0, 3 shutouts, and 2.43 goals against average, and a .901 save percentage for the 19-year-old from Pickering, Ontario. And if it wasn't for Troy Timpano, the Otters probably wouldn't have won those last 2 games in Windsor and in London. He made some key saves at key times, only allowing 2 goals over the course of both of those games. He only faced 43 shots, but Timpano to start, as I'm sure the team's glad to have him back. Scratches for Erie include number 3, Ryan Martin, number 8, Carson Edwardson, number 20, Josh Wayman, and number 46, Cade Robinson, out for Erie. Your usual line combinations are there. The UPMC injury report, clean bill of health for the Erie Otters. And with some other roster news and notes, as the Otters have recalled Hayden Hopkins. Remember him from last season, Hayden Hopkins, the midseason waiver wire claim by the Otters out of the Western Hockey League, and finished the rest of the season with Erie and in the postseason. At the beginning of the year, they wanted to get the younger guys in there in the lineup instead, so he didn't. They sent him back and released him to go back to the Western League and pursue his career that way. But turns out he was available again. There were some conversations, and the Otters decided to bring him back. Just a little insurance. I don't know how much action he's going to see, but we're going to have Hayden Hopkins available to the Otters should they decide to use him. A couple other youngsters will be up for the Otters. Jack Duff, Aiden Timmermans will be joining the squad, mainly for some practices. So, Erie, so good at getting those young guys in and getting them some opportunity. For the Petes, Dylan Wells will get the start, 32-14, 2-2. 3.06 goals against average and a .917 save percentage. Scratch number 8, Matt McNamara. Number 10, Yanni Tamala. Number 14, Eddie Schultz. Number 17, Pavel Gogolev. Number 20, Declan Chisholm. And number 22, Chad Deneau. Chris Knobloch, Erie Otters head coach and an assistant coach next year with Canada at the World Junior Championship again. Right here for him next. And the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show rolls on right here on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
What makes Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee 100% delicious? Well, it's created from 100% Colombian beans, from an environment that's 100% perfect for growing coffee. And 100% of it is roasted and brewed by our coffee experts, who are 100% committed to bringing you the perfect cup. So, why not try it for yourself? You can probably guess how sure we are that you'll love it. Introducing Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee. Try a small today for just $1 plus tax at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
The Otters are back in the playoffs, and you can follow the journey as they march towards an OHL championship. Purchase your playoff ticket package today by visiting ottershockey.com or contacting the Otters at 814-455-7779.
It's Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here, joining me at this time, Erie Otters head coach Chris Knobloch. And Coach, well, the team goes 2 for 2 on the road, and then that swing with Windsor and London against those two teams. Did you see what you're looking for from that previous weekend? And I know the team had preached getting back to defensive hockey and limiting those grade A scoring chances, but to limit an offense like London to 1 goal, holding Windsor as well, you must be pleased with the way the weekend went.
Yeah, we focused on defense, and I thought we played much better defensive. And good defensive hockey is making decisions with the puck. And we just continually turned over the puck against Niagara, which led to odd man rushes, and we weren't in position to defend. Against the Windsor game, I don't know, we hardly ever turned over the puck in vulnerable places, which really let us play a good defensive game there. In the London game, it was the first period we got away from what we needed to do, but in the second and third period, it was pretty much great puck management, and we limited them to 5 and 3 shots in the second and third. So what we needed to do was pretty much take away confidence with the puck, which is kind of ironic that you were trying to do that, but we were just had so much, we're overconfident, we're trying to make plays that weren't there, and it was really hurting us in the long run.
Another top team in the OHL coming in tonight in the final 4 games with your group controlling their own destiny, and you can see the Peterborough Petes come in, they're trying to do the same and show up first overall in the Eastern Conference. How do you see and how do you prepare your team for this one? It seems like every game is must win for the Otters looking at that top seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to win out for the top seed in the conference, and the Peterborough played us very hard, and we had to come from behind last time we were there in February. So we have the benefits of having last change, get away from the matchups that they keyed on when we were there. But I would expect a team that has been playing pretty well lately. Did lose the other night to Hamilton, but usually when teams get upset and lose a game that maybe they shouldn't have, that's usually when they come back and play their best. So I would expect them to rebound.
All right, thanks for this, Coach, and good luck today here against the Petes.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch. Face-Off is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and, of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the Erie Insurance Arena, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents the Erie Otters hosting the Peterborough Petes as we get into action here. In from Erie, Pennsylvania, I'm Aaron Cooney with you here, as always. And the Otters, Alex DeBrincat moving the puck on for Taylor Radish's line mate. Down here is Strom as well, who holds from the left wing side. Erie into the zone here shortly to begin this game. It's a drag and then a shot, a rebound in front after the stop. Glove down out of midair by Alex DeBrincat. The TJ Ferguson, that was one-timer go. That was blocked. Bounce off the body of Josh Coyle, and the try one more time will go off the stick of Coyle. And high out of play behind Dylan Wells. And will be our look at our starting goaltender. Yes, Dylan Wells in the net for the Peterborough Petes. 32, 14, 2, and 2, a 3.06 goals against average and a 9.17 save percentage for the 19-year-olds out of St. Catharines, Ontario. Troy Timpano gets the call once again for the Otters. 33 and 7 on the season, 3 shutouts, a 2.43 goals against average and a 9.01 save percentage. Chernak controls at the faceoff, and a wrister is sticked away by Wells. And in behind the net, Maximovich. He's tied up behind the Otters, or rather the offensive goal. Trying to swing it out in front for Anthony Sorelli. That's bumped onto the far side boards, and off come the Petes. Flipping on near side. Dropping off along the near side boards. That was Paquette, and he got dumped by Eric Chernak on the play, much to the delight of the crowd. But Paquette gets back up. Otters, they'll take the puck on near side. Fogle to Anthony Sorelli. It's the break coming into the zone. Gives cross ice for Sambrook. And that one skipped over a stick, and it's going to lead to a break here for the Petes. The 2-on-1 with a man. They drop it back, and that goes right there. Jordan Sambrook of the Otters would bring it ahead for a 3-on-1 the other way. Here's Maximich to Fogle. Couldn't handle the pass. Throw it back in front. Goes off the stick of the goaltender and paddled back behind for Peterborough, looking to settle it down, but it's stolen away right from DeNoble, and Sambrook will let one go. That's blocked, and here comes Peterborough now. Logan DeNoble, left wing side, will launch it in, and then head off on a change, and the Otters will slow things down a bit, and both teams can finish a change. Odd decision on that pass. 2-on-1, he went for the drop pass, came right to Jordan Sambrook, getting back on the play. As Ladnia comes back to the way with a wrist shot from the circle. Gobbled up by Wells, no rebound. A minute and 58 seconds in. Here the start of this one. Top teams in their respective conferences. The Otters atop the Midwest Division and Western Conference. Over in the East, it's the Petes atop with 85 points and trying to solidify. Both these teams similar positions, trying to solidify the number 1 seed for their respective conferences. As the Otters poke check the puck on far side, return back to Erie territory and spun behind the net by Nikita Krasnov. In the Otters zone, here's Gerard Juchintsev. Gives the blue line for a shot. Traffic in front. Sticked away, though, by Timpano. Gathered back in by Peterborough. Moving up the near side. A try in front. Goes wide on a wrister from Frazier. Cut back down to the circles. Looking for Gerard Juchintsev. That one's poked away. Tried the one-time shot. Never got it on goal. And the Otters spring loose the other way. A wrister from Lodnia heads wide. Erie changing behind the play. Lodnia will now do the same. Scoreless early parts of the first. Peterborough Pete's visiting the Erie Otters, the only time in the regular season. They hold back behind their own net. Alex Black came over in that trade with Nikita Krasnov from the Sarnia Sting. Back way before the trade deadline as Timpano out to play this one after a clear ends up in the Erie territory. They give off to Mitch Byrne on the near side. Plays it up off a stick and out of play on the whack from Tyler Rollo. 16:50 to go. Scoreless from the EIA. 4 shots on goal for the Otters. Pete still looking for their first. I thought they had one already. Just late getting onto the board, but the Pete's having won 8 of their last 10, dropping one last night, 7-3 in Hamilton. And then coming on here to Erie is look out Jonathan Ang after a loose puck in the Otters zone. Fergus able to turn away and give off to his partner Darren Radish. Partners on each of the last 2 seasons. Getting ahead is 24. Darren Radish looking for Taylor Radish in the corner, who will pick it up and swoop out up top. Gives it to Dylan Strom in the circle. Waits, drags, fires, and scores! Dylan Strom with a laser from the right circle. 1-0 Erie. Get the puck into the corner, go and retrieve it. That's what Taylor Radish does, picks it up, and he finds Dylan Strom on the right circle, and the Otters open things up 1-0. After giving up the first goal in each of the last 2 matchups for the Otters, they get on the board here first and early from the Erie Insurance Arena. Building where they've only dropped 1 game in regulation, and that coming last Saturday. The Sarnia Sting. Peterborough looking for the equalizer. Settle the puck back behind the Otters net. It's taken defensively. Mitch Byrne for Erie. On to Owen Hedrick. Goals in each of his last 2 games. Both on the power play. For some reason, it didn't register as a power play goal in London, even though it was. I'll have to check that online. The Otters clear back the other way, where it shuffles back near side. Skated out ahead by Spencer. Throw it towards the Otters near side corner, where it trickles down in Chernak. The Otters Slovakian defenseman pushes ahead for Warren Fogle. Can't get around. There's a lot of traffic at the blue line. As heading off to Noble, forcing Fogle to back up and now spring off to the near side. And then rip it right off the body of Anthony Sorelli. He is shaken up. Fogle drilled him with the attempted jump in. Anthony Sorelli will stay out here. He's all right, already banged up a little bit. Missed a few games with that lower body injury. Out scoreless last night, but had a couple great opportunities. Same in Windsor. As the Otters, big trade deadline get, and Anthony Sorelli. Fogle picked up before that, and they've become line mates here with Kyle Maximowicz as they chase the puck. Profit, though, moves it on far side, and escaping out the center. Krasnov giving cross ice. Steven Lorentz put in the boards by Chernak, who's throwing the body around here today. Bounce down to the corner, and Lorentz is going to get there. Tries the center, defended by Sorelli, and now bouncing onto the far side corner, sliding in Sandbrook. Turns, protects, and almost coughs that one up in the middle of the ice. It's loose inside Erie territory, and Black keeps it alive. Back behind the goal, Lorentz going to work. Pushed on to the far circle, picked up Maximowicz for Erie. He'll play it off the stick of Fogle to center ice, settled down by Kroslev, and they give to the G, and then quickly back ahead. Josh Coyle comes in. That one was blocked away. Erie a couple defensive sticks in the way, and it trickles onto the near side corner. Svoboda gives out the blue line. Tim's man just on right side for a one-time try, and just wide by Jenkins. Has it again. Waits, fires, blocked, and sliding is Lodnia, and puts it ahead. And now a penalty coming up to Jenkins. That'll be against the Otters. Probably going to get a diving call. Patrick Fellows is coming off for the unsportsmanlike call. It was bumped by Jenkins at center ice and went down. And Fellows is going for diving. The Otters thought for sure, so did the crowd, and myself as well. They thought they were getting an interference call. But Patrick Fellows, the guilty party. Part of the Otters' fourth-ranked penalty kill unit. They'll do it without him. Stroman to Brinkett start. Strom opening the scoring, 1-0 Erie. 14-11 to go, first period. Aaron had a trip around the near side as the announcement comes. The displeasure expressed here at the Erie Insurance Arena. Tim's on back. 7th-ranked power play unit in the league at 21.2%. They went 1 for 5 against the Otters, and they're meeting back in early February. Given on the right wing, brought in by Logan DeNoble. Turning from the circles, protecting, try to set her in front, off the stick just wide of Lorentz. They come together near side. DeBrincat gets there first, and he'll slap it down the length of the ice. Matthew Timms holds there, waiting, and now we'll bring it out to the right side of his own netminder and work ahead. Slowly, and now the drop pass. Lorentz follows up. Vogel watching. They give him towards the Otters bench. They cut back across the ice. There's DeNoble's errant pass, so it'll make its way behind the Otters goal. Chernak there, and he's tied up with Lorentz. DeNoble back after the far side. They give the Timms the blue line, and now Jenkins holds left side. Center point area. Timms waits. Defers right side, walking on in for a wrist shot. Kicks off the dasher and out of play. On the try from Nikita Karastalev. The leading scorer, 28 goals on the season, Karastalev. 63 points, but still change in the second unit on for Peterborough. 54 seconds to work with on the man advantage. Face-off won by Erie, and behind the goal, Chernak with some time. Played up off the leg. Jonathan Hang nicely holds it in. Going to come down left wing side. Hang stops, pivots, as he is knocked down to the ice to give the blue line for a drive, and deflected in front, kicked away by Timpano. Hang one more time. On for Spencer, back to Hang on the left wing side. Drop it off center point. Spencer drifts near side, hands off to Hang, waits, man coming in, pass behind him, but it comes right back, and diving was Vogel. Knocks it away from Spencer, who thought he had the opportunity. 20 seconds remain in the power play. Brought in to flip on the back end by Spencer. Christian Gurney out there in the near side corner. He goes down, gets back up onto his skates, trying to move the puck, but turning along the near side. Lorentz, the man wide open in front, firing just wide off the end boards, and missing was Paquette. On a glorious chance here at the end of the power play. Patrick Fellows is out, and the Otters have killed it. But Paquette wide open in front somehow. The Otters missed him, but he missed the net on the opportunity. Josh Coyle will send it back in. Even strength now. Little under 12 minutes to play. First period, the Otters lead 1-0 on a Dylan Strome goal. Taylor Radish coming on in. Drops it off for DeBrincat. Looking for Strome. DeBrincat picks it up out of the corner. Pushed it up the far side. But that was intercepted, and Timblick gets it to center ice. Taylor Radish one more time. Helped start the play. Gave off to Taylor Radish. Power play going to tie things up Friday night in London as a attempted dump in. The keep from Taylor Radish is picked up and cleared down towards Erie ice. Timblick does the damage again. Fergus thought about heading out. The Otters making a change now, and they'll hand off to Darren Radish near side. Ahead for his younger brother Taylor. They'll get into the zone, but quickly lifted back out towards center by Alex Black. Erie volleys it down the other way. They are offsides. Black controls from his own circles. 11 minutes to go, first period. 1-0 Erie on a Dylan Strome goal. Coming at 3:30 in the first. His 22nd of the year to put the Otters ahead. This one worked up ahead and deflected off a stick, chasing it Paquette. Trying to drift it out in front, intercepted by Lodnia. Warren Vogel takes it as he stretches it over, looking for Max Simovic. A nice read by Steven Lorentz to defend the pass and knock it into his own end. Owen Hedrick will hold in from the right point. Erie inside the offensive zone now. Lodnia gives down near side circle. Here's Vogel, push it in front. That's swept away by Wells. Steven Lorentz in control from the left wing circle. As he looks up ahead, we'll just launch this one high into the air. It'll bounce towards the Otters goaltender. Timpano will slide it onto the near side corner as Mitch Byrne plays it up the wall right onto the tape of Ivan Lodnia. Lodnia lone man in now. 1-on-3. Takes the puck back behind the net. Bounces it onto the circles. Maintains control as the Otters finish a shift change and there's personnel up front. But Lodnia, puck stolen. Man ahead. DeNoble passing, diving though is Lodnia. DeNoble picks it back up. They're continuing into the zone. Late man's Eng. One-time try. Banned on the shot. Garrett Podubny sends it back for Chernak. And the Otters in the far side corner. Jordan Sandbrook in a little bit of trouble here. Run into by Gallant. But the Otters clear. Gurney now cross ice. Cam Lazat to Garrett Podubny. Getting it in from the right wing side. Hits the breaks, the half wall. Podubny. Hands off to Sandbrook. Wrist shot. That's off the body of Gallant and bounces to the corner. Who'll pick it up on the backhand and play it out towards center. Changes coming up for Peterborough. Podubny will deflect this one in and he'll head off as Cam Lazat chases it down to the near side corner. He's turned around by Spencer as they tie up. Taylor Radish a little late to the party as the puck trickles onto the far side corner. Grabbed by Frazier, spins it on near side. One of the Otters lost the stick as Sandbrook keeps the puck in. It bounces in front, never made it on the net. Cole Frazier will clean up his own defensive end and then rip it in from center red. Slowed by Timpano. Here with 9 minutes to play, first period. The Otters still holding to the 1-0 lead. Dylan Strome with the go-ahead marker and has the puck now, 19. Waits and fires that one just over the glove hand side. Picks it up behind the goal. Strome in control. Hands off Fergus for a one-time drive. Misses wide. Kicks off the end boards. Here he gives to Alex DeBrincat. Slide it in front. Off a leg. And into the corner where it rolls for TJ Fergus. Gives it Aaron Radish to the right point. He'll let one go. Held on to by Wells. No rebound that time. 8:35 to go in the first. Otters lead 1-0. Dylan Strome, the only goal.
Growing up, my mom didn't have a job, so she was the one that was at the hockey practice about the game, and she was back to the hockey game, so yeah, it is really my mom was based on the sport game, and
Otters fans, keep your food, keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. Face off inside Peterborough territory. Top line out there. The Otters, over the last 2 games, reaching getting back to playing key defensive hockey. One in the near side corner, and that meant even though they weren't giving up a ton of shots, the team don't want to give up the grade A scoring chances that they were handing off, and a couple losses over the last couple weeks. Erie had dropped 4 of 10. Actually, 4 or 6 before this past week. They won in Windsor and London as it's brought on by Lorentz. Speed down low looking for Karoselev. Guarded by Strome. Gallant now takes control in the near corner. Has a man at the blue line. Flips it in front. Nobody home. The Otters pick it off and head out to center ice. Dylan Strome has to pick the puck up in front of his own bench. And he'll charge out the center. Got some room to give right side. Deflected in by Taylor Radish. Strome will chase. Back is Black and Timms, who controls now. Pete's trail 1-0. The Otters, the only goal from Dylan Strome. As Jonathan Eng brings it on the right wing side. Carries all the way around the net to the near side corner. Looking for the option in front. Off a stick. It comes right to Peterborough. Put it from the right side. Jenkins trying to get it towards the net. That pops up in the air and bounces, settling now to the near corner. Beat it back on far side. Sandbrook turned around by 2 men, but he's able to guide the puck onto the near side. Some help from Eric Chernak, but held in by Eng, who swings it right back behind the Otters net. Sandbrook knocked down, gets back up, trying to move it on to Chernak. Guided up the near side boards one more time as Max Simic can't clear, pinching in with Timms. Peterborough to the biscuit. Bounce it back onto the far side boards as Jordan Sandbrook will step in front of Jonathan Eng, and the Otters can finally get out of their own end. 7 minutes to go here in the first, and they'll find Fogle. Bouncing shot off the body of Jenkins and picks up. Here comes Josh Coyle. Head of his shift, so he'll back in it in. And now chasing Paquette against Chernak. They tie up, down goes Chernak. Erie couldn't clear on the near side. Centered in front, but the Otters overscaped Pettit. Twirling around and got some help from Sandbrook. The Otters do finally nudge this one towards center ice. Paquette controls. The Otters lead 1-0. Shots 7-3 in favor of Erie. This one deflected off the stick of Logan DeNoble and into Erie territory. Here's Owen Hedrick. Booked the biscuit up behind his own net, and we'll look ahead. Dish on to Patrick Fellows. The only penalty game belongs to Patrick Fellows. A diving call. Cuts across the middle of the ice and onto between the circles, trying to give it in front for Lodnia. Spears it to the net. And it just goes wide. Lodnia picks it up on the near side corner. And out to Owen Hedrick. Waits a wrist shot through some traffic. Stealing on goal. Otters with sticks in the neighborhood, but Dylan Wells covers up on the flutterer from Owen Hedrick. 6:01 to play.
He is the correct answer. Fans, let's give Dustin a round of applause.
1-0 on the Dylan Strome goal. Well, just the Otters' home record, 28-1-1-1. Looking to shore up home ice advantage. Here's the Brinken after the play. Put it in front for Taylor Radish. He had his stick lifted at the last second. Now they control and give off to Mitch Byrne. He'll skip one off the leg. Bounces up out of play in the near side corner. Updated standings in the Western Conference because Sault Ste. Marie, Owenstown, and London all won today. And because of the loss for London on Friday night, they're leapfrogged by the Owenstown attack. So the Otters still a 1-point lead right now on the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, who won this afternoon. They got 96 points. Owenstown with 94, 93 for London. As it bounces back towards Erie territory, Darren Rad's going to pick it up there. Bring it on to the near side corner as he drifts. Wants to get it ahead for Dylan Strome. It'll bounce in. Dylan Wells forced to play as he covers up. They'll take the whistle instead. Draw will be to his left. With the piece. Also scoreboard watching, because the only team that can catch them, the Oshawa Generals, they get started at 6:05, hosting the Kingston Frontenacs. With both of these teams controlling their destinies. 5:29 to play in this first period. And the Honors lead 1-0. Dylan Strome the only goal. A different start than the last meeting between these two teams. Here's one bounced in front, off a stick, it popped high. Picked up by Gurney behind the goal. Going to hand off to Garrett Podubny. Reaching along the far side boards. Turning back behind the net. Gurney pushed on near side. And Timms will loft it out to center. Flowed by Fergus to bounce in front of his own bench. Christian Gurney spins around a man. And Garrett Podubny trying to hunt down the puck. Isaacson's moving it on near side. Now Jenkins ahead. Right back to Isaacson. And he'll skip it into the zone off the stick of Svoboda. Tempeno out to play it. It was huge for the Otters in the last two games. Key saves at key times, Troy Tempeno. Gurney knocks the man down from behind. Podubny follows up. Gerard Juchinsev able to get him pick himself back up. He has the puck now, Gerard Juchinsev, and he'll rip it into the zone. And it bounces off the end boards and onto your side. Picked up by Darren Radish in front of Gerard Juchinsev. Second round pick of the piece as Max Simic lets one go. This one off a stick to the near board. Inside Peterborough territory and then swept out by Lorenz. The Otters back to their own line. Trying to fish a defensive change on was Eric Chernak, and they're trying to get Sandbrook on as he trades places down with TJ Fergus. In the zone, Lorenz. Push the puck towards the front of the goal. Picking it up there is Sandbrook. He charges up the near side. Played up the ball for Morenfogel. Reaches ahead and gives off to Anthony Sorelli for a 2-on-1. Max Simic fires and Preno South. It's 2-0 Erie. Who missed all last weekend with an upper body injury, returns against the Windsor Spitfires and have been on a 2-game point streak. Select number 16 of the season, and the Otters ahead by 2. And boy, that line is really starting to gel. Maximovich, Vogel, Sorelli. This time it's Maximovich finishing. He fires the puck back around the horn inside offensive territory. Chernak to Stanbrook. Doesn't shoot. One of the trade places they don't. They fire the puck instead, and it's blocked in front to hit their own man, Kyle Pettit, who retrieves the puck and gets back out to the point. Fired back in off the end boards by Chernak, as the Otters rolls over the stick of Patrick Fellows, and Zach Gallant will get it towards the Otters blind and swept in further by Coyle. Settled down by Timpano as Jonathan Hang comes crashing in against Sandbrook. Able to slide the puck onto the near side off the stick. Wadnia chasing it down to the corner. Turned around by Coyle over skates. Loose on the near side. Moved by Paquette, who was knocked down and moves the puck with his gloves, but able to get down to Jonathan Hang, and a point try deflected by Dylan Strome. Wide down is Timpano. Able to find that puck along the side of the net and will smother it with the left paw. 2:48 to play in this first period as Maximovich extends the lead. 2-0 Erie with 2:48 to go. The last stretch of games before the postseason, and talking with both coaches. A couple of them for the Otters. Chris Knobloch, BJ Adams, and Wes Wolf. That's just trying to get to more accountability with their group. TJ Fergus back into neutral ice. We'll shuffle it back on for Darren Radish. And out the right. And then fired into the far side. And the cross corner dump in. They're starting to find that here and against some of the better teams in the Ontario Hockey League. The two Thursday and Friday. As look out, here's a wrist shot. Glove save, Timpano. Paquette letting it loose from the circle. Timpano is exercising the glove. Timpano has been good too for the Otters, finding his form that he had before that illness. Still left him out for a month to lead the team. He wasn't a part of the game against the Peterborough Petes. And that road trip at the beginning of February, and Joseph Verdaka carrying the weight for the Otters during that time. So a first look at the Petes for Timpano, and the Otters back behind their own goal. Owen Hedrick pass on to DeBrincat, who looks ahead, and they'll find reaching Dylan Strome. Couldn't pick it up. They back up. Sensor able to clear, and back to Erie ice. Owen Hedrick. With under 2 to go in the first period. Dylan Strome and Kyle Maximovich team up, make it 2-0. The Otters ahead. And shots 10-5 in favor of the home team as well. Here's Taylor Radish from the right wing side. Charges into the zone and trying to drop it off. He will find Dylan Strome. Fergus is across. Given back in front. DeBrincat vacated the area. Was heading back behind the goal. Off the glove of Alex DeBrincat as he reaches, trying to poke it on for Taylor Radish, but he keeps charging down behind the net. DeBrincat kept his goal streak into a 19th game with an empty netter the other night. 26 seconds left on the clock to keep that streak going. Ties former Peterborough Pete. And Mike Ricci, here's a try in front. It's Radish. But the big dog eats 3-0 Erie here in the first. Strome finding the puck behind the goal. Spencer was trying to nudge that thing back behind the net for his defensive partner, but Strome was going to knock it out of midair. Then he finds Taylor Radish in front. Just has to chip it over the glove, and Erie leads 3-0. Not sure if DeBrincat will pick up an assist on that. Spencer, the Otters look out. They turn the puck over in front of their own goal. And recovering was Jordan Sambrook. In the final minute, Erie gets out to center. Here's Patrick Fellows. Drifts on a left wing circle. Gives to Ladnia down behind the net. Trying to bring it on to the near side. Turns it out to the boards. It's Sambrook. Wait. Gives it across. Chernak, a one-timer. Pepper needs to short. Deflected in front by Pettit. 4-0 Erie. to Kyle Pettit. Stationed at the front of the net. Gets the stick on it. Deflects it through Wells. And the Otters lead 4-0. Just 33 seconds to play. The Otters continue that form that they found in Windsor and London. Look out, the puck loose towards the Otters zone. Try from Pimlick. Gobbled up by Timpano, who's seeing beach balls. Top 42 of 44 on the weekend, or Thursday and Friday on the road trip. Troy Timpano has been solid for the Otters all season long, regaining a form that for the illness as we mentioned before. Black, though, gives up the near side, 10 seconds to play. Left wing side, the Erie zone. Paquette trying to get one back here before the period ends. Tied up by Chernak, lost the biscuit. Profit trying to guide in front, but time will expire as Timpano shuts the door in the first. And the Otters offense alive and well. 4-0 Erie after 20 minutes of play. We'll step for a break. The UPMC intermission report is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarklivingproof.com.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, and Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma. So the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. It was no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the UPMC intermission report. Aaron Cooney here joining me at this time. Erie Otters head coach Chris Knobloch. And coach, well, the team goes 2 for 2 on the road, and then that swing with Windsor and London against those two teams. Did you see what you're looking for from that previous weekend? I know the team had preached getting back to defensive hockey and limiting those grade A scoring chances, but to limit an offense like London to 1 goal, holding Windsor as well, you must be pleased with the way the weekend went.
Yeah, we focused on defense, and I thought we played much better defensive. And good defensive hockey is making decisions with the puck. And we just continually turned over the puck against Niagara, which led to odd man rushes, and we weren't in position to defend. against the Windsor game, I don't know. We hardly ever turned over the puck in vulnerable places, which really let us play a good defensive game there. In the London game, it was the first period we got away from what we needed to do, but the second and third period, it was pretty much great puck management, and we limited them to 5 and 3 shots in the second and third. So what we needed to do was pretty much take away confidence with the puck, which is kind of ironic that you're trying to do that, but we were just had so much, we're overconfident, we're trying to make plays that weren't there, and it was really hurting us in the long run.
And looking at just a couple of players that kind of stood out for me was one being Owen Hedrick. Goals in each game, but it seems like he's really starting to find his form here with this team over the last stretch. It's got to be difficult jumping in midway through a season, but Owen Hedrick, it's from your evaluation, you see the same, that he's fitting in here and becoming that defenseman and the third pairing that you need.
Yeah, I think he's been very valuable for us, and we at the trade deadline we're looking for a guy that we were confident with our defense, but if somebody was to get injured, who was going to step up and play those key minutes, and we wanted kind of a little more insurance. And I know Owen has been very strong for us, and if we were to lose somebody, I know we could lean on him a lot more just because of his capabilities, and we've moved him on to the power play. Something that he's very good at is getting pucks through on the net, and we've seen him get a couple goals on the power play last couple of games, but also 5-on-5, getting shots through, and that's something that teams in the playoffs or playing good defensive hockey, they are good at getting shot lanes, blocking shots, doing whatever it takes, and you need those guys being able to go the extra mile and have that skill to get pucks through, and Owen is definitely very good at that.
Another player I want to look at is Ivan Ladnia. He was kind of quiet the previous couple weeks before this week, but when he plays on and you look at the stats, he always seems to find a way to get on the score sheet against London, the likes of London, Windsor, Sault Ste. Marie, against those bigger games. Is he just a gamer, and what is it about some of these other ones that he seems to take more control or be more prominent in against some of the higher-ranked teams or better teams in the standings?
Yeah, it's nice that he's played well in those games that really matter. But I also think he's a player a lot like Maximovich. When we're playing other teams, they spend so much time and energy focusing on how they're going to shut down our top line. And credit to those two teams, they did a good job in limiting the opportunities that DeBrincat and Strome had. But it opened them up to the Maximoviches and Ladnias getting more opportunities, and I think that's where they benefited.
Another top team in the OHL coming in tonight in the final 4 games with your group controlling their own destiny, and you can see the Peterborough Petes come in, they're trying to do the same and show up first overall in the Eastern Conference. How do you see and how do you prepare your team for this one? It seems like every game is must win for the Otters looking at that top seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to win out for the top seed in the conference, and the Peterborough plays very hard, and we had to come from behind last time we were there in February. And so we have the benefits of having last change, get away from the matchups that they keyed on when we were there. But I would expect a team that has been playing pretty well lately. Did lose the other night to Hamilton, but usually when teams get upset and lose a game that maybe they shouldn't have, that's usually when they come back and play their best. So I would expect them to rebound.
All right, thanks for this, Coach, and good luck today here against the Petes.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch. More hockey coming up on the UPMC Intermission Report right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
It's March Ticket Mania with the Erie Otters. For the Otters' final 3 home games, March 12th, 14th, and 18th, fans can purchase select tickets for just $12. Purchase yours at the Erie Insurance Arena box office or by calling 452-4857.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Hi, Mark from Tim Hortons here. Did you know you have a sausage and American cheese English muffin at the bottom of your purse?
No, just a couple bucks.
Perfect. All you need is $1.49 for a Tim's breakfast sandwich. Hey, sir, bet there's a sausage biscuit in your back pocket.
Nope, just $1.50.
That'll do it. Excuse me, miss. You might have a spicy sausage biscuit in that change purse. Introducing Tim Hortons breakfast sandwiches, only $1.49 plus tax. You got it in the bag at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Good evening, Erie Otters fans. I'm Gil McLaughlin, and tonight I'll be bringing you the UPMC intermission report. We'll jump right in with the Arctic Spa recap. The Otters are leading 4-0 over the Peterborough Petes, leading in shots as well, 12-6. It was Dylan Strome who put the Otters on the board first. Early in the first period, he was circling by the right offensive face-off circle when he got the puck and sent an absolute laser over Wells' glove to make it 1-0 early there. Dylan Wells, one of the best goalies in the OHL, really shut down the middle part of that period, but as we all know, the Otters' offense cannot be denied for too long, and they rattled off 3 goals in the final 4 minutes of the period. Kyle Maximovich, set up by Anthony Sorelli, sent a shot over Wells' shoulder, and then Taylor Radish banged in a rebound in front. And then just with under a minute left in the first period, Cal Pettit redirected Eric Chernak's point shot to make it 4-0 as the first stanza of this game ended. And that's where we stand now. Otters 4, Pete's 0, with the shots being 12-6 in the Otters' favor. But we'll move to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheraton Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Earlier today, the London Knights defeated the Guelph Storm 6-2. Not good news for the Otters. The Hamilton Bulldogs defeated the Ottawa 67s 3-2 in overtime. The Niagara Ice Dogs pummeled the North Bay Battalion 7-1. That's where they ended. The Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds defeated the Sudbury Wolves 5-2. The Owen Sound Attack defeated the Sarnia Sting 9-3. The Windsor Spitfires defeated the Flint Firebirds 4-3, and that is where we stand. We'll be right back with some second period action on Fox Sports Radio 1330 The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and, of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
That way I thought the puck was on the ground. No, it wasn't. He caught it and then he flipped it and caught it again.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney here with you. Getting set for the second period. Otters and Peterborough. The Erie Otters leading 4-0 after that first period. Dylan Wells team in front of him gave the Otters some pretty good opportunities. You just can't do that against Erie and the firepower and offensive prowess they have. Cashing in 4 times. Peterborough only 6 shots on goal during that first period, including 1 power play opportunity for them, and probably the best chance on the afternoon that they had was on the power play. It's Christopher Paquette getting loose in front all by himself, unable to finish, ends up sending the puck wide on the try from about 5 feet out. Otters back to it in the offensive zone. Fogle hands off to Maximich. Now Chernak looking for Sorelli. Pass a little far ahead of him. Falling down was Profit. Got it up to the line, but not out. Erie kept it in for a second there. poked right back on towards Erie territory now. And Chernak again. On for Sambrook, and Maximovich wheels into the zone, drops it off for Anthony Sorelli. Gives cross ice, intercepted. Good read from Logan DeNoble, and he charges out ahead. Otters get on his back, lift his stick. Maximovich knocked it away. He controls now, number 9. DeNoble had a pair of goals against the Otters back in the first matchup. And actually, it's a completely different script this time around. The Otters were trailing in that game, most of it. As Alex DeBrincat back behind the goal, going to continue his goal-scoring streak into a 20th game, which would be an Ontario Hockey League record. It's Dylan Trome, though, with him. His try blocked. Taylor Radish dragged out in front. It's loose as they fire off the back of the goaltender. Grazes onto the far side boards and out. And trying to bank it home with Dylan Trome. Darren Radish sends this one down. Strome's going to beat out the icing call in the near side corner. Forced into the wall by Sims. Following up is DeBrincat. They put it back down behind the net. Dylan Strome, and now Alex DeBrincat. Protecting on the back end. Put it out in front off a stick. Picked up and moved by Timlick back towards the Erie line. Peterborough changing as Erie fires it on ahead near side. Deflected off the stick of DeBrincat. Back is Jenkins. He'll corral as the Otters finish a defensive change. An offensive change themselves. The fresh pair ahead. Now Darren Radish looking to make his way towards the bench. But controlling is Peterborough. Jenkins still holding back near side. As Darren Radish steps in front of a man, Korostolev pushed it back into Peterborough territory and then lost it in by Timms. Radish back behind his own goal, put it ahead for Pettit. And picked up his 25th of the season towards the end of this first period. Spencer on back to the near circle, trailing 4-0. They deflected onto the far side boards. Here's Frazier crashing in his Pettit. He'll take the puck, swoops out in front, bounces it around off a body, and Fellows will have to find it. So Owen Hedrick, wrist shot, deflected in front and just wide on the point try. You heard from Chris Knobloch in the first intermission and how good Owen Hedrick is at getting the puck to the goal, whether it's even strength or on the power play. He just has a knack for getting pucks on goal to the net, creating rebounds or even making scoring chances. As he dumps the puck in behind the net, Cameron Lazat charges on in. He'll pick it up in one knee to the ice. The former Pete has the puck picked up left wing side, skated ahead by Svoboda. Back down Hedrick with the wrist shot goal, and there's Timpano with the glove hand save. 4-0 to score. The Otters with the lead. Strome, Maximovich, Taylor Radish, and Kyle Pettit all in the first period. And the Petes 5-12, 2-2 as this one along the goal line. Somehow Timpano able to grab it before it could cross. Well, he bailed on the stick and reaches back with the right hand, the blocker hand, and snags the puck. Going forward with the face-off, and it leaks behind him on the try from Rollo. Troy Timpano into the zone here today. Otters control, moving it back behind their own net. Sent off the glass and out by Owen Hedrick, and Profit is there. Former second-round pick of the Saginaw Spirit, Brandon Profit. And he controls, chasing the puck back to his own side circle. We'll hold it from the corner. Goes to D and gets the pass right back. It's in his skates as the captain will slide it up near side. And Isaacson hands off for the speed to Rollo. Charges behind Hedrick. Puck loose down near side. Run into by Cam Lazat. But still in control offensively as Rollo takes it back behind the goal. Tyler Rollo coming down to the corner. Bumped by Garrett Podubny. Loose puck. Christian Gurney will find it as he moves it on to Cam Lazat in the neutral zone. And rolls away from him, and Jenkins will take over for Peterborough. Try the near side. Isaacson towards the Otters line. Stepping up on him was Owen Hedrick, and leaves the puck at center again. And go fish. The Peterborough Petes have to come back up. Svoboda trying to get through. He's knocked down. Isaacson sweeps it into the zone. Slowed by Troy Timpano, and Eric Chernak lifts this one up ahead, and it'll go down the length of the ice. Icing call, yes, on back Matthew Timms wins the race with Torelli on the chase. Kroger's Frozen Yogurt Icing Call. Kroger's Frozen Yogurt, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Located at 1861 East 38th Street. The draw to the right of Troy Centeno. Chernak has to come back out. So he was guilty of the icing call. And it'll line up to the right of Anthony Sorelli. He'll take this face-off. Won by Peterborough. Left point. Holding is Black. Hands off and gets it right back from Eng. Black with a wrist shot. Never made it on goal. Blocked by Sorelli. Otters move it to the near side corner. Chased down by Josh Coyle. And on to the near side, Glenn. He's knocked down to the ice by Eric Chernak, and Maximovich gives on ahead to Warren Fogle, trying to scoop between two defenders. Takes the puck down to the corner. Battles away as Maximovich crashes in with Profit, who falls down and able to flick the puck up the near side, but not out. Darren Radish holds in. Gives right back down to Warren Fogle. He'll make his way up the near side, on from one knee. Bounce around along the boards. Gallant trying to get it out. Darren Radish holds in, flips it down the wall. It's back to the corner for the battle. It's Kyle Maximovich. Waterbugs his way back behind the pass to the goal. Sorelli is poke checked as Black trying to move it. Poked here again by Wells. Gallant will find it. He gets up the far side boards, but not out. A good poke check. TJ Fergus keeps it alive, and Sorelli hands off to Darren Radish, left wing side. Drags on in, centering pass. Nobody could get a stick on it. And it's Sky, the center, by Coyle in a foot race. Is Eng gonna get there and beat it out. Beats Fergus and has the puck behind the net. Drops it off at the side of the cage. Run into by Sorelli and allows Fergus to pick it up. Pass ahead for Anthony Sorelli and ducks around one man. Sorelli with the puck. Throw it towards the goal. He knows Taylor Radish crashing, but it rolled wide off the leg, and ahead goes Logan DeNoble. Bounced on to Paquette. Scoots between two defenders, but the Otters, it rolls away from him. Timpano moves it onto the near boards. Kept alive. Here's Paquette. He's got 4 goals against the Erie Otters in 5 games. Coming over from the Niagara Ice Dogs at the trade deadline. He also had a goal with the Peterborough Petes in that first meeting. To give out to Matthew Tim. Waits, bolt one towards the goal, sails wide, and banks off the end boards, then the net to settle along the near side corner. Logan DeNoble crashes on in. Gets the return pass from Timlick, but the Otters escape. Moving it is Dylan Strom. Here's DeBrincat. Pulled it on to the near side corner, and Taylor Radish goes in after it. He'll run into Jenkins. Paquette takes the puck, working on for Timlick, and he'll give right back. But they couldn't take the pass, chasing Owen Hedrick on down an icing call. With 13:23 to go, here's second period. 4-0 Erie. An offensive zone draw upcoming. Well, just 2 shots so far between the two teams in the second period. It swung around at the face-off dot. Lodnia couldn't gain control. And on ahead goes Peterborough. Logan DeNoble with a little bit of speed here towards the end of his shift. He runs Mitch Byrne to the boards at the end boards. Erie has the puck, and Owen Hedrick looking. He'll find Kyle Pettit down the right wing side. Ducks around to check. They came in with the hit from Frazier. As Pettit now put to the boards at the end side. Erie will find the puck loose on the near wall. Lodnia on for Fellows. He's turned around. Spun by Arjuchinta. Lodnia takes control. Gives to Owen Hedrick, who twirls away from a defender. Puts it back down on the near side corner. Kyle Pettit will pick it up. Shuffle it on for Owen Hedrick. Winds up. Slap shot. Deflected in front by Lodnia wide as Pettit tries to get it back towards the goal. Elevates off the stick and out of play. With 12:39 to go in the second period. There again. Owen Hedrick getting the puck towards the net. And deflected just wide by Ivan Lodnia. Garrett put up the 4th line on for Erie. They win the draw. There's Jordan Sandbrook to give off to Christian Gurney. Finds Chernak at the point. Wrist shot. Hits their own man in front. Lazat trying to turn it back towards the goal. Brandon Profit had to go off his stick. He gets it right back and pitches it on towards the center red line. Sandbrook there for Erie. Cameron Lazat will dump it in. Former second-round pick of the Peterborough Petes in 2013. Sandbrook now slided towards the net. It goes off the stick of Isaacson and bounces on the far side. Black spinning, twirls it on for Profit. Works back up the near side boards. Isaacson couldn't clear as Garrett Podubny. Shoved into the wall, lost possession. Rollo able to help out. They get it out to center towards the Erie line. As Sandbrook finds Chernak. He'll line it up, getting ahead. Gets around one man, but he comes in offside with Erie on that change. With one of the doors belonging in the offensive zone. Didn't get off in time. At 11:51 to go. In the second period, 4-0 Erie. The Otters looking to maintain their lead in the division standings, conference standings as well, after the Sioux Greyhounds with a victory today. Just about everybody behind them, behind the Otters, picked up 2 points. Owen Sound, London did as well. The logjam that is the Midwest Division continues to stay as impossible to solve until we get to the final day, it seems like. Darren Radish with a poke check, knifes the puck away. Couldn't clear, though. It's held in. Jenkins had some room, walks in with a wrist shot, blocked in front. Gallant whacking away, and somehow Timpano able to make the save. Well, the Otters coughed the puck up just in front of their own line, and Jenkins walking in. Puts the shot towards the goal. It bounces off his own man. Gallant in front. He was wide open. Number 11. This bounced around. Couldn't get it through Troy Timpano. Gets to take the face-off. Out with DeNoble. And Adam Simlick was found on the near side boards by the Otters, and they'll sky it out to center ice. Paquette making some room for himself on the far side. Throws it back into the Otters zone. Owen Hedrick is there. Protected up the near side. Owen Hedrick get it out of the zone. Off the stick of Alex DeBrincat. It's Strome. One hand on the stick. Couldn't control in time. Paquette got back. The hand off to his defense. Sweep it in from the near side. Paquette. Load by Timpano. He'll play it on for Mitch Byrne. And the Otters will find Dylan Strome as he slows things down a bit. But it's quickly stretched ahead into the offensive zone. Taylor Radish looking for Dylan Strome. Drops it off for Owen Hedrick. Burns open on the near side. He'll line up the slap shot. Blocker save made by Wells. Turn back on towards the circles. But Byrne was backing up, and Logan DeNoble, he'll bust past him. They have a chance here. DeNoble down the right wing side. Wrist shot. Shoulder save made. And Timpano snags it out of the air with the glove. That's got to be tough for a goaltender. And even in the last couple seasons, talking with Devin Williams, and you ask Troy Timpano, the group in front of you never gives up a whole lot of shots. It's hard to just find a rhythm when, right now, halfway through a game, he's only faced 9. And especially with this offensive ability of this team and how they can hold possession of the puck in the offensive zone. He can get caught napping back between the pipes. That's one thing he tries to keep himself in a game at all times. He's set as the puck bounces towards his net. It's gloved down by Chernak. As he almost heel picked on the near side. Puck battled for along the wall. Groslev trying to dig it loose. Head it in on the battle. Fellows there also, who turns the puck in front of his own net. Jordan Sandbrook to hand off to Lodnia. Speed out to the right wing side. Man on his back, but the Otters able to bounce it down towards the net. Goes off the helmet of Patrick Fellows, who's crunched into the end boards. And it follows up. And hands off just on Taylor Radish. He takes a body to the wall. They spring it back and chasing ahead. Semyonder Arjutinta. Poke checked up the near side. Erie gets it out to center. Here's Spencer. Back from his own circle. Taylor Radish at the line. And ran into some resistance. Able to pop it into the zone. Let's quickly clear here by Peterborough. Puck caught. Dropped by Darren Radish. And here comes DeBrincat coming into the zone, left wing side. Gives across ice, off the stick of Strome to Taylor Radish off the boards. Flicks it back behind the goal, Strome in the offense. He'll drop it off for DeBrincat. As he holds, trying to come out near side. Twirls back onto the far side. He looks now from the right wing face-off circle. Up nearest the wall. Trying to feed it down low for Strome. That's picked up by Gerard Jutinsa, but they still can't clear. Darren Radish has it. Floated towards the goal. Kicks off the dasher and bounces on the far boards. Up but not out. Erie again holds it. Now behind the play. Frazier and Strom. And out to Brinkett comes in as well. Taylor Radish, everybody grab a man, we'll dance. But Cole Frazier and Dylan Strom back behind the goal. That was the mix-up. Strom ended up down along the ice. Not sure that's the initial penalty or what. Frazier's heading right down to the runway. DeBrincat came into the aid of Dylan Strom. It's all back behind the play. .8:50 to go here in the second. And some spiciness. And parts Cole Frazier is ushered down to his locker room already. And I would assume DeBrincat's going to go to the penalty box for jumping in late. And we'll see what all comes of this. The ruckus between Strom and Frazier ends up with everybody on the ice, part of the dance. Strom heads to the penalty box. Nobody yet for Peterborough. I'm not going to lie, I didn't see what happened and what all caused the yard sale down in the corner. Watching the play up high under the far side boards near the Otters bench. This all happened down to the right of Dylan Wells nearest his cage. Looks like Isaacson will serve whatever penalty has been given to Cole Frazier. He's got 5 minutes on the board. Dylan Strom gets 2. So the Otters will have a 3-minute power play. When Strom comes down, we'll listen for the announcement. What the penalties are once it gets up to our public address. As Eric Chernak comes into the zone, right wing side, with control of the puck. He's going to try to wrap it around, throws it to the front, whacking away. Sorelli goes right through the goal mouth and picked up. Peterborough goes the other way. 4-on-4 here, lifted ahead, but offside was Paquette trying to get behind the Otters D. With 8:25 to play here in the second. Well, Otters fans, real food, real beer, real historic atmospheres has to go find at the brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Chernak wheels back, drifting behind his own goal. Thought about handing it off to Lodnia. Now he does, as 27 in Navy takes off left wing side. Pair of assists against the London Knights on Friday. Comes up the near side boards, drops it off, man just on Hedrick, lines up, slap shot, saved by Wells, no rebound. .8:04 left, 4-on-4 for a minute and 14. And Erie goes to the power play for 3 minutes.
Number 2, Cole Frazier, a 5-minute match penalty for a blindside cross check.
There's the announcement from Dean Pipazilla, the PA. Blindside cross check, 5-minute match penalty for Frazier. Here's Lodnia with the puck. High atop the circles and drops it off for Fergus. Takes it down left wing side. Spins back off, gives off to Owen Hedrick, center point. Winds up, doesn't shoot, gives to Lodnia instead in the circles. He'll back up. 50 seconds left, 4-on-4. On for Fergus. As he waits, out high, back on for Warren Fogle. The Otters, 3 men, continue to cycle along the umbrella. Lets one go, Fogle. That one wide on the glove hand side. Skipped ahead by Peterborough. They'll have to chase it down, but Owen Hedrick is there for Erie. A 5-minute match penalty for blindside cross-check into Frazier. Erie stretches ahead for Taylor Radish. In on goal. The shot goes wide. A man right on his back. All he could do is get the shot away. Tails wide blocker side. His cross-flip on trying to center off of Owen Hedrick. Settles back behind the net, puts a body in the cross-slip, and Ferguson control now for Erie. Ahead for Anthony Sorelli. The Otters are going to the power play here shortly. And it's Taylor Radish back behind the goal. Working on to the near side board. Strom will join the play as he steps out of the penalty box now. Erie to the man advantage. Alex DeBrincat with it. On for Darren Radish and near side Strom. As he waits, Darren Radish now. Winds up, slap shot, blocker save by Wells. Rebound picked up by Strom. Working along the near boards. They'll give to Darren Radish. Has a man on the right side. That's DeBrincat. What's the shoot? Lets it go. That one wide. Off the end glass. Moved ahead by Jenkins. Up to the boards and out. Just over the stick of Darren Radish. Erie back to their zone. Man advantage for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Radish looks ahead. Want to go to the younger brother Taylor Radish. Couldn't receive the pass, and it's on to Jonathan Eng here, one-on-one coming into the Erie zone. Eng going between the legs, onto the backhand. Timpano says no. Oh, a nice move from Jonathan Eng. Putting the puck through his legs and picking it up on the backhand around Darren Radish. But Troy Timpano staying with him, moving left to right. Pinches along the post and holds on to the puck. Face off to his right. 6 minutes to play in the second. The Otters lead 4-0 on the man advantage here for another 2 minutes and 5 seconds. All goal scoring coming in the first. Strom is 22nd, Maximowicz is 16th, Taylor Radish is 40th, and Pettit is 25th. Otters set up shop now in the zone. Hedrick on for Maximowicz. Drifts up high and now comes back down the half wall with some speed. Feeds Pettit, drop it off in front. That was off the stick of Wells, but they can't clear. Owen Hedrick has the puck. On right circle, Maximowicz trying to go cross ice for Lodnia. That's off a stick. Here he does regain possession. Here's a drive by Hedrick high. They have gone off the stick of the penalty killer, Paquette. Vogel, loose wall on the near side. Giving to Lodnia. Slide right back down to the near corner and on for Pettit. Around the horn, Maximowicz takes it off the skate. Ducks around to check from Paquette. Trying to give down low. It's whacked away as Maximowicz will go back up high on the pass. Owen Hedrick. On for Lodnia at the left wing circle. Trades places with Hedrick and drops it off. 47 in Navy. Power play goals in each of his last 2 games. On for Lodnia, center point area. Maximowicz now right side. Erie looks to get a shot on goal. They do a tip try. Vogel crashed the goal. Vogel ends up in the back of the net. Erie has the puck. Give off near side. Lodnia fires. He scores. Now the Peterborough wants to know why play continue. But Ivan Lodnia able to slide it through Wells. Power play goal with 4:47 to go. You can see all the traffic in front after the tip it play by Warren Vogel as he was checked into the net and disrupted Wells, who tried to move to his right and cover up the post, but he lost his stick in doing so. So the Otters cash in and make it 5-0. Come over here. Get the whistle. We're all good. Scott Oakman, after he had a little discussion with Jody Hall. We get back to action. Otters still on the man advantage for the 5-minute major. And a match penalty. DeBrincat stick handles through with a couple men. Gives off to Strom with a slapper. Safe and the rebound knocked away. Here's Strom. Down left wing side. Cross ice. DeBrincat back in front for Taylor Radish, and it's loose to the slot. They'll hand off to Darren Radish. 30 seconds on the power play left. Strom left wing side. Fakes the shot and had it picked it off his pocket. And Spencer gets ahead. Here's Eng. He'll softly send it into the Otter zone, and that will leave Erie with maybe one last rush at the man advantage. On middle of the ice, Taylor Radish comes in. DeBrincat from a sharp angle off the shoulder of Wells. Chopped up the near side. Sorelli keeps it alive, but it's followed up. Intercepted by Spencer. He'll get out to center red. Pass cross ice. Radish whacking away. It'll come to DeBrincat. Out of the box is Isaacson, who served the 5-minute major, and we're back to even strength. 3:40 to play, second period. The Otters 5-0 lead over the Peterborough Petes. Top teams in their respective conferences. And the Otters trying to keep pace with the rest of the Western Conference as everybody won earlier this afternoon as the Otters, Timpano turns the puck over in his own end. Attempted shot off a stick. Picked up along the near boards after the block. Mitch Byrne will take from Cameron Lazat. Played up the near boards but not out. Comes right back to Mitch Byrne. He'll have another crack at it. Hands off to TJ Fergus with the Drag it across the near sideline. Skate out the center across the Otters logo. He will find Gurney. Gives in front a shot. Oh, sneaky shot from long range and kicked away by Wells. It was allowed 5 goals on 18 shots. Here's Podubny coming back in right wing side. From the circles, waiting. He'll find TJ Fergus, but he couldn't take the pass. It'll bank out to center ice. Byrne there for Erie. Whirling is Fergus. Back on it. And hands off for Gurney. Chip it in down deep. Fellows will chase after it. He's put to the boards by Brandon Profit. Garrett Podubny looking for it also. The tail end of his shift is turned out onto the far circles. Arju Chinsa make his way back. They give to Profit, and behind the goal, now holding, is Jenkins. Otters back off. They just finished a change. Pettit now on. Stretch it out. This one an icing call. Off the near side, boards and down. With 2:10 to go in the second, and the Otters with a 5-0 lead. Lodnia on the power play. Lodnia's first in 12 games. A couple assists the other night. They're looking for the back of the net, and he does so here tonight. Here's Pettit. And his line with Ivan Lodnia and Patrick Fellows. Now back defensively. Picked up by Eric Chernak. He'll stretch it ahead for Patrick Fellows as he comes into the zone. Looks on. Here's a chance for Sambrook. Oh, glove save. Wells. Out from the left wing circle. 1:48 to play in the second. Oh, Jordan Sambrook. Shades of what we saw from him. A lot in his OHL career, jumping up on the play offensively. He joins the rush with Fellows. He'll find him, and better save by Dylan Wells. 1:40 to go. As they work out from behind their own net, Matthew Timms. And a 5-man unit cutting into the Otter zone, but they're offside. On the play, Paquette ran into Anthony Sorelli along the blue line. Bumped him off. And with 90 seconds to play, it's face-off coming from the neutral zone. Well, just not seeing the same intensity, at least from the first meeting that these teams had. Peterborough Pete, they got out to an early lead. Took the lead into the third period. It was 4-2 at one point. The Otters had to storm back with 3 goals in the third to take the game at Peterborough Memorial Center. This time around, it's been all Erie. Peterborough coming off of that loss last night. And the team, the Otters, they knew, you heard from Chris Knobloch, they were expecting the absolute best from Peterborough. After dropping a game last night, 7-3. Only their second loss in the last 10 games. As Erie takes the puck from the neutral ice, Anthony Sorelli left wing side. He'll stop and hand off to Jordan Sambrook. Right side, Chernak drifts back. Now lets one loose. Off the blocker towards the goal line. Vogel backs it home. Nothing Erie. Chernak just getting the puck to the goal. It goes off the cuff of the glove with the traffic in front, and Warren Fogle. The big body in front disrupting the net front. And then whacks the puck home. His 26th of the year. The Otters lead 6-0. 34 seconds to play. Mitch Byrne will skate out to center. Launch it out from center. It'll bounce onto the corner. Profit is there for Peterborough. Played up the near side board. Strome takes over. Ducks around a check, but loses the biscuit. Go on. We'll feed it out ahead to center. Mitch Byrne looking to chase it down. Byrne will get there. No icing here. 10 seconds to go in the period. Owen Hedrick now. He looks ahead. The Otters maybe one last rush. And the period. They'll give out to Taylor Radish. Drop pass to Strome. 2 seconds to go to Sprinkin. One-timer. He makes the save well as the buzzer sounds. That's all they're missing is an Alex DeBrincat one. But Erie, another pair of goals, extend the lead to 6. Vogel, Rodnia, 6-0 Erie over the Petes after 40 minutes. UPMC intermission report is next, right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, Otters fans. Bertrand here from Cloud9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's the 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Doyle. Welcome to this week's edition of OHL News, presented by Warrior. Coming up on the show, we'll talk to a veteran OHL defenseman who has not only had a strong career on the ice, but also making a big difference in his community. But first, this week's Pioneer Energy OHL Player of the Week is Gabriel Velarde of the Windsor Spitfires. He had 9 points in 3 games last week with 4 goals and 5 assists and was a +4. The 17-year-old who hails from Kingston is expected to be a top choice in the 2017 NHL entry draft and competed in the Sherwin-Williams CHL NHL Top Prospects game in Quebec City back in January. He's put up strong numbers this season with 59 points through 43 games and is the 3rd Spitfire to earn the weekly Player of the Week honors this season. Meantime, a player who's now in his 4th season in the Ontario Hockey League is Garrett McFadden of the Guelph Storm. He has an OHL championship ring to his credit from his rookie year and has not only continued to have a strong OHL career on the ice, but is making a huge difference with what's known as McFadden's movement. He'll tell us about that in a moment, but we started our conversation discussing his 4 years in the OHL.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great experience so far. I think coming in as a 16-year-old, getting to play with some pretty unbelievable players and make a playoff run early and, you know, get all the way to a Mem Cup final was definitely a crazy way to start. And, you know, since then, the last 3 years have all been really, really awesome. And, you know, I love playing in the OHL, and I love, you know, being able to compete at the highest major junior level.
As a guy who's a veteran in the league, you see young players coming in now. Is that a reminder you might have for them? Is don't take anything for granted. You got to go on a long playoff run, an OHL championship, as you mentioned, Memorial Cup final, but you just never know when it's going to happen again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, kind of looking back and you know, being 16 years old and just learning about the league feels like yesterday. So, you know, with the young team that we have, I think that's, you know, a big thing that I like to talk about and tell those guys that, you know, you got to work hard every single day because all of a sudden 4 years goes by and it goes by so quickly. So you got to make the most of each opportunity.
Have you felt, if you go back to the way you were as a 16-year-old, the number of people you've crossed paths with that are going to be friends for life? That people that there's some you'll talk to on a regular basis, some that you might cross paths somewhere and say you can look back and sort of exchange those stories.
Yeah, it's obviously you make a lot of connections through playing a lot of years in a certain league and playing in one spot. With trades and everything like that, people come and go, and I think we're all in a lucky position to kind of get to know the people that we get to know, and it's great to make a lot of friends in and around the league.
Garrett, this season you've certainly been involved in not only on the ice with the Guelph Storm, but in the community, and certainly taken an active role in a new initiative. I'll let you fill people in on what has come about here.
Yeah, so I started a movement, McFadden movement, we like to call it, and basically just going in and talking to young athletes and minor hockey teams in and around the Guelph area about the seriousness around mental health and having a good mental health, and making sure that every single day you're feeling the way you're supposed to be, and obviously talking about the stigma behind being a hockey player and being tough or more durable than the average person, and with that there comes keeping things inside that maybe you don't feel so good about. So for me, teaching these young kids about what it's like to feel certain emotions, and what kind of resources they have behind times when they're not feeling so good.
And has that been an important thing for you over your time in the OHL, is just sort of knowing that, hey, there's some ups, there's downs, trying to balance things, and we kind of talk behind the scenes, sometimes you get a day off where you kind of need that mental break. I know that's different than mental health, that's a different issue, but just knowing, you need to take care of things not only physically but mentally as well.
Yeah, obviously, going into any year, you're going to go through ups and downs. It's a long season, 68 games, so there's emotions going on every single day, and I think being a hockey player and playing at the level that we all do, there's not a day that goes by where you don't face some type of adversity. So being able to kind of talk about that and share my experiences with these kids and kind of teach them that it's completely normal to go through hard times and days where you're not feeling your best, but you're always going to come out on top.
Why does this mean so much to you? Has it been rewarding for you to see the progress that's been made, the growth, and through talking, through fundraising and things like that?
Yeah, it's obviously it's cool to see people kind of come together and everyone kind of get on board and know that this is something that we really need to talk about and discuss, and things like this can happen so quickly, and it's great to see the support that everyone's giving.
That was Guelph Storm defenseman Garrett McFadden. Let's take a look at this week's CHL Top 10 rankings, and we have a new number one club. The St. John Sea Dogs of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League have taken over the number one spot, followed by the OHL's Erie Otters. Also from the OHL, the London Knights at number 4, the Sioux Greyhounds at 5, the Owen Sound Attack at 8, and honorable mention to the Windsor Spitfires. The 2017 OHL Cup Showcase Tournament, powered by Under Armour and hosted by the Greater Toronto Hockey League, comes up next week in Toronto. It is played March 14th to 18th. Check out the complete schedule at OntarioHockeyLeague.com. It's a great opportunity to check out players who you may see in an OHL uniform next season. From players who are coming into the Ontario Hockey League to those that are having success beyond their OHL career through the OHL Education Program, congratulations to 11 OHL grads who recently won the Atlantic Conference Championship with St. Francis Xavier University. They include goaltender Brandon Hope, defenseman Craig Dunnick and Max Iafredi, forwards Bryson Chinfroni, Michael Clark, Holden Cook, Anthony DeFruscia, Christoph Kontos, Eric Locke, Nathan Pansell, and Sam Stednica. Certainly as an opportunity for players to continue their success on the ice through the OHL education program. Well, that's going to do it for our show this week. You've been listening to OHL News presented by Warrior. I'm Terry Doyle. Thanks for joining us.
More hockey coming up on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Erie Otters 2017-2018 season tickets are now on sale. Take advantage of the advanced discount price by committing before May 31st. Visit ottershockey.com for more information or contact the front office at 814-455-7779.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
What makes Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee 100% delicious? Well, it's created from 100% Colombian beans, from an environment that's 100% perfect for growing coffee. And 100% of it is roasted and brewed by our coffee experts, who are 100% committed to bringing you the perfect cup. So, why not try it for yourself? You can probably guess how sure we are that you'll love it. Introducing Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee. Try a small today for just $1 plus tax at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Good evening, Erie Otters fans. I'm Gil McLaughlin, and tonight I'll be bringing you the UPMC intermission report. We'll jump right in with your recap. The Otters are leading the Peterborough Petes 6-0 after 40 minutes of play, leading in shots as well, 23-11. It was Dylan Strome who got the Otters on the board first, early in the first period, with an absolute laser from the right side that beat Dylan Walls cleanly. And then late in the period, with just 4 minutes left, Kyle Maximovich, Taylor Radish, and Kyle Pettit all rattled off goals to put the Otters up 4-0 after the first period. Heading into the second period, Dylan Walls and the Peterborough Petes really locked things down defensively, really stymieing the Otters' offense, but they wouldn't be denied for long. With just 5 minutes left in the second period, Ivan Lodnia scored as Dylan Wells was down and out after his own defenseman pushed an Otter into the goaltender, and Wells couldn't recover in time. Lodnia scored, and then with just under a minute left in the somewhat mirror of the first period, Warren Fogle crashed the net and slammed in the rebound to give the Otters a commanding 6-0 lead. Heading into the third period, Otters are leading in shots 23-11. But now we'll move to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Bunch of other games here in this Sunday afternoon, Sunday night. Earlier today, the London Knights defeated the Guelph Storm 6-2. That's not good news for the Otters, who look to clinch first in the Western Conference. The Hamilton Bulldogs defeated the Ottawa 67s 3-2 in overtime. Niagara Ice Dogs pummeled the North Bay Battalion 7-1. That's where they ended. Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds beat the Sudbury Wolves 5-2. The Sarnia Sting lost to the Owen Sound Attack, another Western Conference team, 9-3. The Windsor Spitfires defeated the Flint Firebirds 4-3 in overtime, and the Kingston Frontenacs are losing to the Oshawa Generals 1-0. That's midway through their first period. And that'll do it for this intermission report. We'll be right back with some third period action on Fox Sports Radio 1330 The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages. And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Inside the Erie Insurance Arena. We're going to bring in the TV side in just a second. But the Otters take 6-0 lead here through 40 minutes. Got them right where they want them. 40-0 this season when leading after 2 periods, 40 minutes total. Welcome in the TV side. Here for the third period. 6-0 Erie. After 40 minutes. As we were mentioning before we brought back everybody on the video. 40-0 Erie when leading after 2 periods this season. Here's Wadney playing one towards the net. Scooped up by Wells. He'll hold on. 20 seconds into the frame. Since the 2013-14 season, the Otters are 154-4-2-0 when leading after 40 minutes. That's, since Chris Knobloch has stepped in here, they have found a way to close the door against teams. Fergus Holt throws one towards the net. That's off the pad and paddle of Wells. And Taylor Radish looking for that puck. It's covered by Wells. Warren Fogle down there. It's the second line on for the Otters. Fogle with a goal tonight. Same with Maximovich. Rally out here. He'll take the face-off. Waved out. So now Fogle. Great plate. A couple of 60% face-off men on that line. And the Otters looking to get the puck back to the near side. Skied out the center by Paquette. Slowed down at the line by T.J. Fergus. They'll give off to Warren Fogle. Into the zone he comes, right wing side. Looked ahead, give it on to Sorelli, trying to get it towards the net. It was blocked in the shot. Erie digging away at it. Covering, though, Dylan Wells. 47 seconds in. Now the team in a tough stretch over the last 24 hours or so. They've allowed 13 goals in the last 5 periods. Their last night's loss to the Hamilton Bulldogs. And just getting underway is Kingston and Oshawa. They're tied at 1 and midway through the first period. Oshawa trying to gain ground for that number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Still up for grabs. You look at the playoff tracker. Mitch Byrne back behind his own net to corral the puck. I'll give off to Taylor Radish. He works his way ahead. He got things started back in the first period and wheels into the zone now. Walks in with a wrist shot. It's off the stick of Spencer. And out of play. 40th of the season for Taylor Radish. Right now, the Peterborough Pete's have kept the league-leading goal scorer off the board. To Brinkett with an assist on the evening. And they've been doubling down on defending him. Draws to the right of Wells. But he's shown ways he can get to the net somehow. Kept the streak going. Just 26 seconds left in the period or the game last night. Friday night against London. Spun onto the near side. Coyle will send it off the skate of Jonathan Ang to center. The speedster, 4th round pick last season of the Florida Panthers, Jonathan Ang. 2 points against the Otters in that meeting back on February the 2nd. Erie looking for the puck on the near side. They can use something here quickly. Peterborough to get back into this one. And as the Otters spin it back on off the stick to center ice. They got to track it back down as DeBrinco's trying to get back onto Owen Hedrick. He battles down along the near corner. Nice poke check. Byrne will find Owen Hedrick and get it back out to center where it bounces down. Corralled by Rollo. He hands off to Alex Black. Kitchener, Ontario native. Hands off to Ang. Come crashing in with Cam Lazat. Forced Ang off the puck, and the Otters send it into the zone. Wells will slide it onto the near side. Wells and Lazat come together behind the goal. But Alex Black is able to scoot out the center ice as he runs into Eric Chernak. Ouchtown population U, bro. Black gets back up, and the whistle sounds as he heads off to the bench. Well, Black skating right into Eric Chernak was just standing at the red line. And Black heading right down to the runway. There's no penalty on the play. Black, who had just taken the puck up the near side, was getting out of his own end, stepped around a body, and then ran into Eric Chernak. Now a discussion here. The officiating crew. Ray King involved in it. Linesman here tonight. Scott Oakman, Chris Carnegie make our referee crew. Brought to you by Laser Eye Surgery of Erie. Draws in the neutral zone. It'll be center ice. Get back to action. Nothing results after the hit, but Peterborough now loses Alex Black, seemingly for a period of time. He heads to the locker room here early after the hit from Eric Chernak. Erie drills it ahead for Christian Gurney, right wing side. Lazat heads to the net, firing a shot as Gurney, making the stop as well to hold on. Peterborough ice to the left of Dylan Wells. 5th round pick of the Edmonton Oilers. 6 goals allowed on 25 shots. And it really hasn't been the outing Peterborough has been hoping for, trying to get back on track after last night. They're into their own blue line. TJ Fergus spins away from a man and will skate out towards center. Stossford over for Ivan Lodney on the right wing. Gets the breaks, 10 feet into the zone and loses the handle, and now Tim's going to chase him off the puck. Here's Tim's left wing side, looking to drop it off. Getting back in time, Darren Radish, as Erie pokes the puck back to the near side corner. Darren in control. Leads the league in defensive scoring. 75 points this year. It's a single-season defensive record for the Erie Otters. Averaging over a point per game. Missed a few games early in the season with an upper body injury. And he holds the puck now. Floated into the near side corner. He'll back off as the Otters finish a change of the forward group. Now TJ Fergus will make his way, as does Darren Radish. With Peterborough trying to clear the zone. Elevated off the wall and out. Owen Hedrick back at his own line. Settles it down and springs off looking to find Anthony Cirelli. Passes between his legs. They work ahead. Krosliv on the stretch. Owen Hedrick just takes the puck away and leaves it on for Mitch Burns. Pass off for Warren Fogle and on ahead Maximovich. On the right wing side. Cross ice pass. Cirelli trying to pick it up in front after the dish from Fogle. No dice as it's lofted all the way down. Icing call up coming to Peterborough. Speaks off near side. Strome to Brinkett, Taylor Radish, Hedrick and Burns. They line up face off to Brinkett with a gun cocked behind Dylan Strome taking the draw, but it's bounced on for Dylan Wells. After the tie-up as the face-off dot, he'll cover another draw coming up, and Peterborough can make changes. Final 15:45. Back to action. Rollo will escape this one ahead. Ducks around Owen Hedrick, who tries to put the body into him as Mitch Burns. Sends it back behind his own goal and swept down in front. Quickly on that, it was Troy Timpano to sweep the puck away as Erie plays it off a stick out the center. Slowed down by Matt Spencer. He hands off to the captain Prophet, and they just send it out to center ice. Open is Dylan Strome, and Erie will settle it down from their own end, leading 6-0 here from the Erie Insurance Arena. This being final 4 games of the regular season for Erie. This one launched out of play by Brandon Prophet, and things just go bad to worse. As he sends it into the crowd, a power play coming to the Otters. Delay of game call. Already 1-for-1 with the power play. Is Erie, the 5-minute major that was given to Cole Frazier. Back in the second, he was done for the day. Open things up with a clear. Timpano slides it back behind his own goal. Owen Hedrick. Is on ahead for Maximovich, dropping off left wing. Drifting down to the corner was Warren Fogle. A handoff out to the point. Maximovich now taking control, backs off. Gives to Lodney on the left wing circle. Center point, Hedrick. Winds, doesn't shoot, fakes. And now gives out to Maximovich. He'll let the one-timer go, and he head it with the shot. Jonathan Ang will pick it up and flip it down the length of the ice. The 3 up front will change as look out. Hedrick wipes down the side of his cage, and Paquette takes the puck. With a man heading to the front of the net, Lodney blocks the pass. And off goes Cirelli. The drop, Dylan Strome curls it on to the near side corner. Trying to shuffle it out in front, goes off a leg, picked up by DeBrincat at the left side. Lets a shot go. Dave Mays, Cirelli, turn it out in front, poked away on the centering pass from Darren Radish, will hold on. And now DeBrincat, pitch and catch. In the left wing circle, gives in front, Taylor Radish shoots, Dave Mays, rebound. Oh, stopped by Wells as he robs Cirelli on the doorstep. Working the puck around there. Of course, they're going to watch keep the target on Alex DeBrincat at the left wing side, but he drifts down and finds Taylor Radish wide open between the circles. Wells makes the save. And Sorelli robbed by Dylan Wells at the right pass. The man advantage for 45 seconds. Dylan Strome. Darren Radish, and now left wing side to Brinkett. Out up high. Makes his move down to the circles now and pushes it in front. Passes intercepted Gallant. Trying to clear. Cannot. Darren Radish kept it in for a second. But following up, Jonathan Eng will get it out to center. Gallant on the back of Darren Radish, who makes his way back into the zone. Stick handling through some traffic. Hands off to Dylan Strome. Around the near side. And from the goal line, he'll skate back behind the net, dropping off for Sorelli to the corner. On for Strome. Skips around his stick. Darren Radish picks up on the far side. 10 seconds left in the power play. Radish trying to make his move. Down to the circle. Lost the handle. Spencer after it. Tied up by Darren Radish in the corner. Works up the far side and cleared to center. Alex DeBrincat is back. Out of the box comes Profit, but Dylan Strome coming back into the zone. Profit on him. Takes the stick up high, and the Otters are going back to man advantage. Darren Radish with the puck. Goaltender comes off. Extra man is Maximovich. Darren Radish, Maximovich walking in, wrister. And the save made by Wells. Deflects out of play. Catching it with the blocker. A high stick to call. Brennan Profit. Right back to the penalty box. After taking the delay of game, he goes for high sticking. Second unit now comes on. And they win the face-off. The Lodney at the top left wing circle. Otters have scored power play goals now in 22 of their last 23 games. Owen Hedrick holds to the right side and gets an Maximovich at the face-off dot. Back to Hedrick. His shot skips towards the goal. Didn't get a whole lot of mustard on it, but it still made its way towards the net. And behind the goal, it's picked up by Peterborough. No clear. Owen Hedrick is on to Kyle Maximovich, left wing side. Makes his move, heading to the front of the net. Puck rolls off his stick, and Dylan Wells will cover up. With 12:15 to play here in the third period, and the Otters lead 6-0. And all the lines jumping in for Erie once again. They face off, picked up, and Jonathan Eng takes off. Has a man with him. They skate 2-on-2 to the zone. Eng comes across the zone. Right wing side now. Wrist shot. Sails high on the glove side. Maximovich looks to work it up the boards. Instead, he'll stop. Watches Eng comes in. Hedrick spins away from Jonathan Eng, and they move it on out to the neutral ice. Warren Fogle with the head of steam left wing side. Giving cross ice. Off a stick. Lodnia reels it in off the ball, but poked away by Jenkins. He'll get the center. And the Otters have to back up and try to enter from the right wing. Fogle will do that. Along the goal line now, the former Kingston Frontenac. Give out to Owen Hedrick. Cross ice pass. They find DeBrincat at the circles. Gives it in front for Pettit and rolls off his stick. A hand off to Alex DeBrincat. Shuffles it on through. Taylor Radish just on, charging towards the puck. Played up the wall, but not out. Erie holds in. Here's Dylan Strome looking for DeBrincat in front. Shoots instead. Glove save made by Wells. They're trying to make something happen shorthanded. And Cedric Paquette taken off to the neutral zone as Erie keeps it alive. And Strome at the right wing side. You can tell he wanted to get that puck onto Alex DeBrincat on the back door, but the Petes take that option away. And Wells comes up with the glove hand save. 33 seconds left on the power play. Bounce. After Dylan Strome broke his stick, DeBrincat picks up the puck at the right wing side. On the near corner. Plays up to Taylor Radish. Darren Radish now center point. Strome coming back into the zone. They'll give the puck to him. Strome back to Darren Radish. Alex DeBrincat now right wing side. Fakes the slapper, gives off to Strome. The team works his way down to the corner. In behind the net, looking for DeBrincat. Up top, Darren Radish. One-time drive. Save Wells. Shuffled ahead to center ice by Peterborough. Time running out on the power play. The Otters unable to capitalize. Profit just heads right to the bench this time. He will not be making a return trip to the penalty box. At the Otters line. Grabbed by Steven Lorenz. He's bumped by Darren Radish. Len lets the shot go, and Centeno makes his 12th stop with 10:34 to play in the third period. The Otters holding a 6-0 lead. be to the right of Troy Centeno. Erie going 1 for 3 on the man advantage. Timms will hold the puck and give off near side after the face-off win. Cross the left. Wheels back behind it, protected. He's watched by Jordan Sambrook. Going to reach in and poke it away. They give off to the corner and now the blue line. Timms couldn't keep it in. The pass a little behind him on the back end as he backs up to his own end. Bounces it back towards center. Sent right back for Timms. On for his partner. Quickly cross ice. Lorentz gets in left wing side. He's watched. They bounce it out. Jenkins in the right circle. His shot blocked by Podubny. And Erie pokes it out to center. Broslov trying to come right back in. Turned around by Garrett Podubny. A couple of Russians battling away on each other. And now crashing in Garrett Podubny. Broslov shakes him off and slides the puck behind the Otters' net. Chernak will find it on the corner. Ducks the check there. And Fellow spins away from a man. They'll find Eric Chernak. Erie's still in their own end. With 9:40 to play, regulation, Arjutinsev stationed out in front of Troy Timpano, watching as Chernak watches the forwards change. Chernak, captain of the Slovakian team of the World Junior Championship, is off to Cam Lazat, but it's quickly poked away, and Drew Arjutinsev trying to slide it on in front. Timpano out the play. He'll shuffle it on the near side in front of Isaacson. Up the near side one, so you can tell how confident Timpano is now with all this stick work and puck playing he's been doing here recently in the last couple games. Lazat, they would poke it out to center and towards the Peterborough line. And they take over. Spencer of the Pete. Rollo and now Profit. Left wing side in the zone for Isaacson. He stops and just shuffles it ahead. Fergus with some time. He finds Ladnia, knocks the puck out of midair. Erie changing behind the play. As Ladnia swoops into the zone now. Ducks around two men. Looking for the puck to the far side at his first goal in 12 games. And he finds Max Simic now coming out the slot and bouncing one wide to the corner. Relly will give to Fergus. Gates across the line, hands off, man just on Warren Fogle. His shot through the goal mouth wide. It's kept alive by Byrne, and now Fogle in the corner. Sorelli with the cycle, comes up the wall, gets around one, trying to go back down low, and Byrne helps him out. They find Max Simic at the face-off dot. Tied up by Timms. Rollo pokes it to the corner, slide it behind his own goal for Spencer. 8:15 to play. They'll fire it out to center ice, received by Byrne, and the Otters going to come right back in. They do. Sorelli with it, drops it off to Max Simic, back for Sorelli. Pass and escape, somehow gets it to the stick of now Fergus. Holding center point. Edving shuffles left wing side around Svoboda. Now just turns it on for Sorelli. He comes up high, crossed on for Byrne. Waiting and down low. It's Max Simic coming up the half wall. He'll trade places with Byrne. Spins away from the pressure and hands to Max Simic up high. Fogle in the corner. It's just keep away right now by the Erie Otters in the offensive zone. Byrne lets one loose. That one blocked in front. Fired by Sorelli and in. 7-0 Erie. Well, the Otters just ran them ragged in their own end. Puck possession, that entire shift. And as Mitch Byrne has the shot blocked in front, Sorelli going right to the front, whacks away, and it beats Wells. And the Otters add to the lead. 7-0 here from the Erie Insurance Arena. Chernak will back up in control for the Otters. They've given up 7 in consecutive games now. To Brinket, to Chernak. He waits to give down low. Stroll now, put it in front off a stick with Taylor Radish just wide of the goal and go on. Will skate at the center ice. Left-hander cutting across the zone. Hands off to Eng. Puck is loose, bounced in front off the side of the cage by DeNoble. And here he scoots up the near side boards. Radish couldn't clear. Gallant keeps it alive. Spinning is Jonathan Eng in control, looking for an option. He's watched by Dylan Strome. They'll just slowly carry onto the corner and poke it behind the goal. Bounce back in front, off the stick of DeBrinket, but played by DeNoble. Back in deeper. Chernak is there for Erie in the final, now under 7 minutes. DeBrinket, poke checked out in front. Owen Hedrick backs up. Peterborough was offside at the time, and now the Otters making a change ahead. Taylor Radish holding on. He'll make his way to the bench. As Chernak gives right back, Radish will drop it off again. Trade places just off the bench now Gurney. As the Otters turn the puck over. Here they come back in. Kroslev on for Paquette, trying to push it on in front, off a stick, and Tim can't hold in. Backing up is Matt Spencer, second-round pick of the Tampa Bay Lightning. And on to Paquette, a fellow Tampa Bay Lightning pick as well. Cousin of Cedric Paquette from the Tampa Bay Lightning organization as well. Dumped in by Erie. After a big check from Cameron Lazat. It's fired on towards center ice, slowed by Kroslev. He hands off, deflects on near side for Lorentz. Kroslev trying to keep it in. Poked away by Christian Gurney. It's on to center. Jenkins has to back up and float it out to center ice as Gurney comes in. Little stick lift on Lorentz as they whack back and forth. Both of them ended up tumbling down to the ice. 5:25 to go. 7-0 game for the Otters. Here's Pettit, right wing side. He makes his way, drops it off in front. Fellows was tied up on the backdoor play. Wrist shot, deflected in front, just past the stick of Lodney on the rebound. Pettit back to it on the near side boards. The Otters go back to work in the offensive zone. To the blue line, Darren Radish. He'll hand off to Stanbrook. Snap one towards the net. Blocked out in front. Poke to the goal. Off a stick. Fellows try. Goes wide. Rollo after. Fellows all over him. Trying to knock it loose from the far corner. It's just prodded onto the near side. Radish will pinch in and keep it alive. Sends it on for Fellows. Centers in front. Nobody home. Profit able to bank it on the near side boards. And Isaacson gets the center. Jumps it around Lodney. Chase it down to the corner. Under 5 to go here from the Erie Insurance Arena. The Otters well in the driver's seat, with the Western Conference flexing their muscles in this best on best here this Sunday evening. And now Darren Radish from the near side corner with 4:20 to play. He'll hold. Just puck possession for the Erie Otters here. That's been the story this third period especially. They play it out to center Maximovich. Then a pass on to Sorelli off a stick. No icing as Sorelli centers and it goes off the paddle of Wells. Grabbed by Svoboda and out ahead for Gallant on the right wing. It's the breaks just across the line. Attempted pass. Blocked by TJ Fergus. Played off the stick of Warren Fogle with the Otters able to bounce it out to center ice. With under 4 to go. Gallant heading off. You can just tell. Not very interested here anymore. Feet drifting off. Zach Gallant. It allows the Otters to gain control. Fergus. Erie really has had their way with the Petes here today. 7-0, 3.5 to play. Sorelli into the zone. Looking for Maximovich. In back behind the net. Maximovich ducks around a check. Poke check now by Jenkins, and Profit shuffles it ahead on the far side. Byrne couldn't keep in. Sorelli heads on back. Fogle at the blue line of his own end. He'll charge back in offensively. Fogle. Run of the play here to the near side by Paquette. Fogle now makes his way to the bench. Profit gives off to Coyle left wing side. We'll see how much time Alex DeBrincat finds in the final 3 minutes to play out here on the ice. Looking to keep his goal scoring streak going. Stuck at 19 with under 3 to play. Fergus will give off to Alex DeBrincat. Send it back down to the corner. Fergus in the offensive zone now looking to dig away. It's bounced down to the near side corner. Watching Dylan Strome as Logan DeNoble knocked down on the ice. Flipped over to the far side board. And Hang has a chance to skate to center ice. Has Lawrence as a sidecar. Jumping into him was Eric Chernak and knocks him down. But Coyle follows him. Penalty coming to the Otters. Gloved by Strome and a kneeing call upcoming to Eric Chernak with 2:25 to go, third period. And Peterborough go into the power play. The final 2:25.
All right. And have your phone down. Ready, set, over the ice.
Otters fans, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 Front Street. It's your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill. Proud sponsors of the Erie Otters, and just a saucer pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena.
All right, fans, thank you so much for playing here. Yeah, make sure you play the free scratch box.
7-0. The Otters with the lead. Peterborough Pete ready to get going and get out of here. After a couple rough ones on the road. Falling 7-3 last night. 7-0 Erie right now. They're going to continue into Ottawa on the 15th for an afternoon fill. Chernak is in the box. Another power play coming up. Erie, though, wins the draw. They'll just blast around the horn. And settle behind the net for Dylan Wells. The Otters, well, they're going to snap the one-game home losing streak in dominant fashion here tonight. As Jenkins gives off to Lorentz. Bounce back behind the Otters net. Played up on the far side, and Erie, as Timms goes down, he's hit by Patrick Fellows. The puck is loose to center. They give off to Pettit one-on-one into the zone. And a barge down left wing side, hits the brakes. Erie wants to get it back out to center. He'll clear just right back to his own line, and there's Mitch Byrne for Fogle. And now Sorelli just on, looking for it off the left wing wall. Peels off, and he'll saucer it back to Owen Hedrick. Launched ahead by Byrne. 90 seconds to play. And we'll see Alex DeBrincat hops out in his final 80 seconds. Trying to continue his goal-scoring streak. Stuck in 19. 62 on the season. Here's Byrne, cleared out to neutral ice, blocked down by Jenkins. And DeBrincat, I would assume, as he hops out, will play the remaining 65 seconds. Erie shorthanded for another 37. Gallant on ahead. Right wing side, charging down is Cedric Paquette. Fires one off the crossbar and bounces back behind the net. Picked up on the near side. DeBrincat trying to head off. He could not. Gallant jumps out of a corner, tied up by Pettit, giving it across for a wrist shot, sails high off the stick of Timlick. 40 seconds to play. Still on the man advantage for 10 as Ang, left wing side, lines up, shot blocked by Hedrick. DeBrincat will pick it up and jam it off the wall and down as the whistle sounds, and a penalty upcoming.
Now, what do you think the tennis is tonight?
I believe both teams are going to get one. Timpano's going to get a penalty, and as is Zach Gallant. Somebody has to come across and serve for the Otters, I believe. Chernak is out in 7 seconds. .9 on the clock. So, coincidental calls. High stick to Gallant. Interference to Timpano. DeBrincat stays on. Final 30 seconds. Trying to keep the streak alive. Erie shorthanded. And now even strength. Out comes Eric Chernak as Maximovich launches this one ahead. Glove down by Jenkins. Give cross ice. Back into the Otter zone. They come 18 seconds to play. Sandbrook moves back behind his own goal. Work up the near side boards. Chernak's going to charge ahead. Right back to the Otters line is blowing a tire as Fergus played into the Otter zone. Chernak after it. 4 seconds to go. And the streak will end for DeBrincat with the Otters. 7-0 over the Peterborough Petes. Crackling from the Erie Insurance Arena. Fourth shutout of the season for Troy Timpano. As he stops all 12 shots faced, the Otters hold Peterborough to just 1 in the third. We will step for a break. Justice Martin Junior Home Post Game show up after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330. The Fan.
Hey neighbor, cleaning the garage?
Well, if it isn't Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania.
Wow, look at this trophy case.
From back in the day, G.
Well, you can still go for gold.
Ah, $1 Million Gold Rush, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
With top prizes of $1 million.
See, I still got game, Gus. Instant game.
Keep on scratching.
The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At 6:48 in the morning, Anthony decided that he'd quit smoking. The only problem was he didn't know how to start. Because for so many people with busy lives like Anthony, he didn't make time to take care of himself. That's why Highmark offers health coaches. Health support that's just a phone call away 24/7. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarkbcbs.com.
Hey Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back here inside the Erie Insurance Arena. The Otters blank the Peterborough Petes 7-0. The final. The Otters holding the Petes to just 12 shots on goal. Here on the evening, and a dominant performance as the Western Conference prevails over the Eastern Conference in this best-on-best matchup. And a rough couple of games for the Petes over the last couple of days. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity. I'm Aaron Cooney. We're going to get right into the Arctic Spas recap. As this one, the Otters rolling once again after a 2-game losing streak. Winners of 3 straight. And they sweep the Petes once again. They're 8-1 against the Peterborough Petes in the last 5 years. First period, 3:30 in. Dylan Strome opens the scoring. After the Otters pass around, Taylor Radish picking up the puck in the corner after the dump in by Darren Radish. Sends it onto the right circle for Dylan Strome, and just a laser beam over the glove of Dylan Wells. Erie up 1-0. They just go on a little tear in the final 4 minutes, 16:03. Kyle Maximovich from Sorelli and Fogel as he snaps it home on the left wing side. Then at 18:49, Taylor Radish jumping into the party as well. Goals in a couple straight. 2 straight for him from DeBrincat and Dylan Strome. And then at 19:19, just 30 seconds later, Kyle Pettit in front, deflecting the Eric Chernak point shot. There is 25th of the season. Otters lead 4-0. 15-13. Second period. Erie on the power play. After a 5-minute major for blindside cross-checking. Ended the day early for Cole Frazier. Ivan Lodnia able to slide one through a sprawling Dylan Wells along the near side post. Otters up now by 5, and they score again in the final minute. They scored in the final minute of 4 of their last 8 periods now. And at 19:12, Warren Fogel finds his 26th of the year, battling in front after an Owen Hedrick point shot. The Otters lead 6-0 after 40 minutes. All you had to do with that Fogel-Sorelli line was, well, it was Sorelli who had to get on the board, and he did so in the third. At 12:20 from Mitch Byrne and Warren Fogel after an impressive display of puck possession by the Erie Otters in the offensive zone. They kept the puck away for, it seemed like the entire minute and a half. Even with changes, the Otters in this line just kept the puck on their tape, and eventually it's found Sorelli. After a point try from Mitch Byrne was blocked in front, Sorelli finds that biscuit, bouncing around and whacks it home. His 23rd of the season, 7-0, as Troy Timpano only saw one shot on goal in the third period, 12 total in the night. He gets the shutout. His 4th of the season, 7-0. Otters over the Petes. 1 for 3 on the power play for the Otters. They've scored power play goals in 22 of 23 games. In their last 23 games, they hold the Petes off the scoreboard. They failed to capitalize on their 2 tries. As the Otters keep pace in the chase for the Hamilton Spectator Trophy, the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. That's where it's going to go. Is now the Otters with just 3 games left. You got London on Tuesday, Kitchener and Guelph. They get their 48th win of the season. And the Otters, with everybody winning today, including Sault Ste. Marie, Owen Sound, London, and Windsor in overtime. The Otters remain 3 points ahead of the Sioux Greyhounds for the number 1 spot. 5 points ahead of Owen Sound. 6 points ahead of London in the standings, and now into the final week of the regular season. And with that, if the Otters they win on Tuesday, you'll knock out the London Knights for division contention. But both Owen Sound and London have a game in hand on Erie that they still have to exercise here in this final week. Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show as we wrap things up from the Erie Insurance Arena. And we'll finish off here looking at our Iron Workers local union number 3 is Ironman of the game. Tonight's 3 stars. And, of course, yes, all 3 from the Erie Otters. Kyle Pettit, your 3rd star, with his 25th of the season. Also had an assist on the night. Kyle Maximovich. Second star, Kyle Maximovich. As he gets on the board, he's got a goal and assist, 2-point night for number 9. Warren Fogel, number 1 star, 3-point night, goal and 2 assists. The Otters close this one out and shut out the Petes 7-0 in the Erie Insurance Arena. Tuesday is the showdown, and what will, major implications on the division. Erie, London, Tuesday night. Flint is in Owen Sound. Tuesday could very well, determine the Midwest Division, who will have the number 1 seed. 7 o'clock start here from the Erie Insurance Arena. I will be here as well. So, Caleb McLaughlin, I want to thank him for jumping in on the intermissions. And for John Kleiner back in studio, thank you as always. Our fantastic producer. I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long. We'll talk to you Tuesday night. Otters, Knights. This will be Midwest Division night. Tuesday here at the Erie Insurance Arena. And the winner, will have the opportunity to continue as tracking down the number 1 seed in the Midwest Division or gaining some ground trying to catch the Otters. Erie controls their destiny. They're going to pretty much win out that number 1 seed. We'll talk to you on Tuesday. This has been Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, thank you, Aaron and Caleb. Fantastic indeed. 7:20 and change, Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan. John Clark, the Boston Store. Aaron Cooney and Caleb McLaughlin. Erie Otters Hockey. Erie Insurance Arena versus the Peterborough Petes just now. FSR are back on here shortly. Right now, fan weather from Meteorologist Dan Zbozine and Jet Norfolk Weather Authority. For tonight, dry, mostly cloudy, chilly, few flakes possible, low 16 Erie, 5 to 11 inland mountains. Northwest winds are coming east at 5:15 miles per hour. Tomorrow mostly cloudy, flurries possible in the afternoon and snow likely toward evening, high 20 to 32. East winds becoming northeast at 8 to 15 miles per hour. Gets interesting tomorrow night. Blustery with snow showers likely. Accumulations 2 to 5 inches for the area. Lows 25 Erie, 18 to 22 inland and mountains. Northeast winds 12 to 25 miles per hour. For your Tuesday, snow showers are likely. High 30. Winter storm watch is in effect 5 p.m. Monday through 8 a.m. Wednesday, says your weather authority. Right outside the historic Boston store of downtown Erie, 25 degrees. And today I can say this. Of course, I can always say that. I'll do it for yours truly, John Kleiner. This end of things, thank you for your patriot, your patience, your fanhood. Take care of yourself, take care of each other. God bless you all. May good stats be yours. But particularly this I can say today. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio AM 1330. The Fan, worldwide on the web at ottershockey.com.
Here, you need to rest in March so you can be ready for the playoffs. They got it backwards, man. They got it backwards.
I'm showing you a little film right now. Here is Barkley holding up Bird and Dr. J haymakers in Bird's face.
Hey, man,
Now that's the kind of game you go to, man.
Yes.
And you paid good money to see that game. You're like worth every penny.
Every penny. Even AC Green getting into the action.
So if you're asking, well, you guys promoting violence to some degree. But what I'm promoting is entertainment.
Entertain us, please.
Please.
Entertain
That
us.
game last night, that McCaw guy with his 0 for 12 in 42 minutes, that was not entertaining.
No.
In a game that was advertised to be a must-watch.
Prime time. Saturday. Dud.
So, I mean, if you're as disillusioned as we are with the current state of the NBA, YouTube it. Go back to when it was a real game. When the games, see, the thing about it is, as a fan, when I'm watching that, what it tells me is that game matters to those players. It matters.
Yes,
that's
it matters.
a war. I'm a war. Look at, I grew up a Laker fan. I hate the Celtics.
Oh, come on.
Hate the Celtics. Hate the Celtics. So when I would see, Michael Cooper or anybody, Worthy, anybody out there, and they're bad. I mean, they're going toe-to-toe. Kurt Rambis.
Yep.
That means the players carry as much as the fans do. That's what the fans want.
That's exactly what they want. So,
what I didn't want to see was Magic kissing Isaiah on the cheek before the game. No.
No.
Don't do that.
I love Magic's and Bird's relationship.
Yeah.
Right? It was almost, homicidal. But after they retired, they got together and they reminisced about how great they were, and they became friends. That's when I want you to be friends. When it's all said and done, and you're on the porch, you got a cigar and a root beer in one hand, and you got your feet up and you're talking about the old battles. Now you can be friends.
Right. But from a fan standpoint.
You think Larry Bird called Magic Johnson in the offseason and be like, hey, why don't you come and work out with me? What?
No.
Are you kidding
me?
Well,
you know the famous story about that first commercial they did together.
Yeah.
I mean, Magic said, I hate the guy. Sorry.
Yep. The weapons.
I mean, I know you're using us, the white guy, black guy. We get it, right? Yep. I don't like him. I don't like his team. I don't like anything about him.
Will he pull up in the cornfield in limo?
In a limo. That, you remember? And the story was, it was the first time he actually sat down with Bird and really talked about anything.
Anything.
And Bird, invited him in. His mom had some cooking or whatever. But as a fan, this is my greatest frustration from the fan standpoint. You want, I grew up a Dodger fan, the rivalry with the Giants, beanball wars, man. You want to feel like your intensity, your hatred for the other team is matched by the players you're rooting for.
Yeah, I can't hate the other team more than you do. You're playing.
Exactly.
Right, like that. I feel like I'm being shortchanged if I have more resentment and hatred for the team than you do. And they pay you.
I am at a fever pitch as a fan. I am on. You see the fans; they're on their edge of their seat. Same thing happened with the Celtic fans going, and you knew that hate, LA, blah 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 blah. So you want to see that from the players, and you did in those days.
Yep. Funny story is, whenever the Lakers used to play,
damn,
my wife knew that she couldn't have a real conversation with me.
No,
because it was like, hey, look, the Lakers are on. Whatever it is, it had to wait, and it drove her crazy. She understood, God bless her. But that was just how intense I was.
Yes,
and like I was like, she's like, babe, you're more intense watching the Lakers play than you are on Sundays.
Right.
Like,
but part of your intensity is who they're playing against.
Yes, that's exactly
right. In the
right.
early 2000s, the Lakers had that rivalry with the Sacramento Kings.
And sacrilege. She
Doug
was
Christie.
She was a Kings fan. So
no!
Oh my God!
Now don't tell me she was a Doug Christie.
No, I mean I don't even
remember Doug Christie and his
wife? We were
wife?
talking about this last night. She was like, I don't even know what happened. I don't even know why I like the Kings, but it just so happens my dad was a Kings fan because he had moved up to Sacramento, and I'm like, Dad, we grew up Lakers fans. Uncle Bob McAdoo, we used to go to the games, and he used to give us shoes, and now you're a Kings fan? He was like, well, I moved up to Sacramento. I'm like, hey, look, I don't want to hear that.
Sacramento?
What does that have to do with anything?
What are you talking about?
This is ridiculous. And so I remember he and my wife.
Oh, that was a good rivalry, though.
And it's in the playoffs, and Robert Horry hits that shot. I'm at his house. I'm running around the house. I'm knocking
Honestly,
TV trays
seriously,
over.
Is there the best thing about that Robert Horry shot
is the reaction.
The overhead shot at Staples.
Unbelievable.
When the shot goes in and the entire
everybody
in unison. It's
unreal.
I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
Oh, you are.
I guess I'm telling you, that overhead shot at Staples, when you see the ball go through and the entire Staples Center goes all up at one time.
NBA, if you want to stop this
this
ridiculous notion of guys resting towards the end of the season,
take
away the game check.
It's killing
You
the
can
game.
rest your guys, but it's going to cost them $112,000. That's going to go to charity if you decide to rest your guys, Papa
Well,
Vic,
if you wanted to
or
rest
Kerr or anybody else.
a guy, but not four.
Can't rest four. Not at one time. Come on, man. Now you're making a mockery of the game.
A mockery of the game. So all this talk about the NBA, oh, yeah, great. It's terrible. Terrible right now.
Thank you, March Madness. We get to see some real basketball right now.
And speaking of March Madness, more tips for you with your brackets from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. But first, here's what's trending.
It's time to dance for several teams in college basketball. Your number one seeds are as follows. Gonzaga out west, North Carolina in the south, Kansas in the Midwest, and out east, the number one seed overall, defending champs in Villanova. They'll square off against Mount St. Mary's or the winner of that game against New Orleans. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Bulls got throttled in Boston. They scored all of 26 points in the first half and got beat up 100-80. Pacers are taking on the Miami Heat, and they're up by 7. Started the second half there as well. It's 60-53. Brooklyn Nets just clobbered the Knicks. What else is new? It's 77-59. Brooklyn in that game. In the National Hockey League, Patrick Kane, his 30th goal of the season. Chicago doubles up Minnesota 4-2. In Edmonton, Oilers and Canadians, no score as of yet. Rangers and Detroit Red Wings are also scoreless in the first period. I'm David Gascon.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
Rolling on here on this fabulous Sunday. Hartman and Salam with you, coming to live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Easy to save 15% or more on car insurance at Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. Well, let's bring in an expert right now when it comes to college hoops. None better than Reed Forgrave, who's joined us right now, covering college hoops for Fox Sports. Reed, how you doing today?
I'm good, man. Just trying to figure out this complex matrix of a bracket, but
Yeah, tonight is for confusion, tomorrow is for clarity.
Well, Reed, I tell you, based on several bracketologies that I was following out there didn't seem to be a whole lot of surprises. I mean, did you see anything that really stood out to you, like you were shocked as far as a team in or out or a seeding in this in the brackets you're looking at?
I hated the Wichita State seeding. Kind of hated that whole what was it, the South Regional, I believe.
Yeah.
Where you got like three teams that I think are good enough to be one seeds with Villanova. I'm sorry, I think I'm talking about the East. I'm not even sure which regional it is. But you got Villanova,
East.
You got Kentucky, and you got UCLA.
Well, that's North Carolina, Kentucky, and UCLA in the South. Yeah.
There you go. That one. It just sounds. It's like an extremely hard regional, but. Yeah, I mean, as far as, like, big-time snubs, I think some people would say Syracuse. I think some people would say, nope, Syracuse didn't deserve the way in. But, like, I mean, to me, some of the mid-majors, like Illinois State, but not too many people expected Illinois State to be in. So, yeah, I mean, like, especially compared to last year where there were just some absolute head-scratchers, this one feels, especially as far as the teams that are in there, like a pretty clean bracket. As far as the seeding, I think that's a little bit different. When you got Minnesota as a 5 seed, while Wisconsin, I think, a pretty clearly better team as an 8 seed is a little bit. That's a little bit bizarre to me. Like the whole Big Ten seeding was a little bizarre. Vandy as a 9 seed seemed a little too high for a team that has 15 losses. But overall, I think the committee did a pretty darn good job. You know, better than last year, certainly.
What's your biggest upset already? Give the people something to latch on to.
Give the people what they want, Ephraim. The biggest upset yet. You know, like I do think like Middle Tennessee State as a 12 seed could certainly upset Minnesota. I don't think that's like the world's sexiest upset. All the 12 seeds, like any year, I think all the 12 seeds could be really interesting. Look, if Wisconsin gets hot, and they certainly can get hot in the NCAA tournament. We saw, we certainly saw how good they can be, a month ago, before, a really tough February. It wouldn't shock me to see them get past a really good Villanova team. Wisconsin as an 8 seed to get past Villanova and make it into the Sweet 16. That wouldn't be a huge shocker, but I think it would be a really interesting one. Gosh, I know you're looking for like the way deep one.
Well, Reed, I want to throw something in on that question. Now, we had this stat that's out of Vegas that at least one top 4 seed has lost in the opening round 28 out of 32 years, which means that at least one 14 or 13 seed is going to win in the opening round. Now, I'll tell you one thing to watch out for, Reed. You know I'm a UCLA guy.
Here we go.
But Steve Alford is the only coach in NCAA tournament history to twice, as a 3 seed, lose to a 14. He did it at Iowa. He did it at New Mexico. And ironically, he's a 3 seed again, taking on Kent State. Just saying.
Believe me, man, I lived in Iowa for 10 years, and Iowa Hawkeye fans still have not forgotten that. I mean, I'd be more likely to go to the other side of the bracket for the 3-14 game with Florida State and Florida Gulf Coast.
Yes.
Interestingly, that game's going to be played in Orlando, and Florida State is awesome at home, but kind of just like a mediocre team on the road. Like if they only played in Tallahassee, they'd be a number 1 seed, certainly. But on the road, they can hardly beat anybody. So that's sort of like a semi-home game down in Orlando. So that is one that I would certainly circle for a big-time upset. The UCLA one, I don't know, man. Like to me, UCLA is a 1 seed caliber team, a team that could win it all. The only way that I think first round upset could happen with them is if Lonzo Ball's thumb if that is actually an issue. And if that's an issue, then I'd be really scared because I'm not sure if there's a more important player to any team in the country.
Yeah,
but he certainly didn't look good after that happened.
Right. He looked terrible in that. You know, we were just talking about here, those 12 seeds. Here's some of the hints about working your brackets here, Reed. They say if you pick a 12 seed to win in that opening round, which makes sense because it happens every year, at least one 12 seed wins, keep them going. Don't just pick them in the first round. Keep them going into the Sweet 16. So when we look at the top 4 seeds in all these regionals, is there a cutoff in talent? We always talk about parity all the time, Reed, but is it more or less this year than in seasons past?
I think it's more this year because there's no standout teams this year. There's a lot of really good teams. There aren't many, if any, great teams. At least we haven't seen any of them emerge yet. It wouldn't shock me to see, 3 of the teams that are 3 of the younger teams in this field, and that being Kentucky, Duke, and UCLA, emerging as great teams during this NCAA tournament. If you're talking about, like, if you want to take, a big flyer in your bracket, how about picking a 12 seed and a 13 seed to play on the first weekend? And to me, like, UNC Wilmington has a good shot at beating a pretty middling Virginia team, and then East Tennessee against a Florida team that's a pretty thin down low. I really like what this Florida team has done, but I'm not sure if the talent is reflected in their record. It wouldn't shock me to see East Tennessee get an upset there, and then we'll have UNCW against ETSU in the second round.
Number 1 seeds. When we look at the teams right now, North Carolina, Kansas, Gonzaga, Nova. Let's look at Gonzaga. They've been in the tournament 19 straight years. They've never made it to a Final Four. They topped out at the Elite Eight twice. Is it any different this year from Gonzaga? Obviously, they're in the same region with Arizona, a team they beat when Arizona was down. Outside of that looks like a pretty winnable region. Is it not for Gonzaga?
Yeah, I mean, I think Arizona will be a really tough Elite Eight game, but every Elite Eight game is going to be tough. Like, if you make it that far, you're going to have to pass a really, really good team. Look, yeah, I do think this Gonzaga team is different than past Gonzaga teams. One, because they are a stellar defensive team, one of the best in the country. When you can rotate, a 7-footer in for a 7-footer, a guy who's like a mountain of a man in Shemek Karnowski, and then bring in a guy who's a future NBA player in Zach Collins. There aren't many teams in the country, if any, who can do that. Purdue's probably the only other one that I can think about, that has that sort of depth down low. This team has a great point guard in Nigel Williams-Goss, and they got to surround him with a bunch of shooters. To me, look, everyone says Gonzaga didn't play anybody. They haven't been tested in 2 months. Okay, it's kind of hard to argue that, right? But argue against that. But what I wouldn't argue is that Gonzaga does have among the best talent in the country. They're simply, look, if you put them in the ACC, are they going to flirt with undefeated? No. But are they going to flirt with first place in the ACC? Absolutely. I think they are every bit as talented as the other 1 seeds out there.
And that's what I like about the tournament, because you can do all these hypotheticals. If you put Gonzaga in this conference or that conference, how would they stack up? In the tournament, it really doesn't matter, because it's one game. You come out, you play your best basketball, no matter what conference you play in, and you win a ball game and you go on to the next. So for me, that whole adage of they didn't play anybody or they need to be around stiffer competition, it doesn't really add up, because as you know, at any given day, you can come out and you can be hot from the field or you can be ice cold, no matter what conference you played in, no matter what type of talent you think you have, no matter how many blue chip, 5-star recruits you have. Either you make buckets or you don't. And that's what it boils down to, and that's why I love this tournament so much.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's also why the tournament is such a crapshoot. It's a single elimination tournament. Anything can happen on any given night. Look, and that's why I think, like, when people say, Mark Few, like Gonzaga, they can't make the Final Four because they never have. Well, the past does not predict the future in college basketball. Like, people said that about Bill Self, and then he won a national title. People said that about Jay Wright just last year, that he could, that he struggled in March. I remember going into the tournament, they're like, Villanova's going to get upset. Yeah, guess what? He won a title. Like, people can say it about Sean Miller, about Mark Few, about any of a number of coaches that haven't made a Final Four. But the truth is, it is such a small sample size. If you lose one game, you're out. It's why we love it. It's also why March Madness can be really, really maddening when it comes to making arguments for or against certain teams.
Do you have any school beyond top 4 seeds that you think has the best chance of making it all the way to the Final Four outside of a top 4 seed?
Oh, gosh, put me on the spot. If they didn't have such a tough draw, Wichita State, I think, is a really, really good team. I'm not sure if they're Final Four capable, but they could be. Look through a few more.
And by the way, we had a 10 seed last year. Syracuse make the Final Four, which is what Wichita is this year, 10 seed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, SMU, I think that is, the East is the toughest bracket, or at least one of the toughest brackets. If it's not the East, then it's probably the South. But, SMU's playing really good basketball. They have a really short rotation. What about Iowa State as a 5 seed? I know that's not going too deep and giving you like a 14 seed that's going to go all the way, but Iowa State's playing really good basketball right now. They have a bunch of seniors as starters. I think 4 of the 5 starters are seniors. They have a guy in Monte Morris who takes care of the ball as well as anyone in the country. And remember, they beat Kansas at Allen Fieldhouse earlier this year. If they make the Sweet 16, odds are they'll be playing Kansas. They obviously can win that game. Have proven they can win that game.
Great stuff, Reed. All right, just final word. Do you have one team you're circling right now, day one of looking at your brackets, as the team to beat in this NCAA tournament?
It's the same team that I picked at the beginning of the year. I picked them in February when they were really struggling, and I'm going to pick them now, and that's Duke. It's because they're the most talented team in the country. They're rounding into form right now. And they have a coach who's won 5 national titles and is about to win his 6th. So
going out on the limb.
I'm going to pencil them into the end.
Reed, as always, great stuff, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Reed.
All right, thanks, guys.
Follow him at Reed, R-E-I-D, Forgrave, F-O-R-G-R-A-V-E, for all your college basketball news. All right, we got a couple of more tips for you. We're going to continue to help you with your brackets. Keep it right here from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Coming up next.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League Year! Pop the bottles, kiss your wife, hug your kids, hug her kids that she had in the previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League Year together on Fox Sports Radio.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. It's a great time to buy a home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced one, Quicken Loans has options that may help you get pre-approved for a mortgage with as little as 1% down. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
The people who design, engineer, and build Ford vehicles never rest, and neither do the specialists who service them. No one keeps those cars and trucks running or stopping better than them. After all, no one knows your Ford better than Ford and Ford Service.
Now, get a $50 rebate by mail on any Motorcraft brake service when you use the Ford Service credit card. Subject to credit approval, taxes extra, rebate by prepaid debit card, pads or shoes on most vehicles. One axle, exclusions apply. See a participating Ford dealer for rebate details through 3/31/17.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
My asthma's under control.
But I'm pregnant.
I've had the flu before. It's not a big deal.
My kids are too old for flu.
The media is exaggerating.
I can fight it naturally.
My diabetes, it's under control.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital? Death?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate. Learn more at flu.gov.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
1, 2, 3.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
I love the personality.
Cleveland Browns were getting a lot of credit. Oh, we traded for Brock Osweiler, and we're going to cut him, and it's a salary dump, and we're gaining draft picks. That's a load of hogwash. When you hear, oh, it's a great move because the team is having trouble spending its $108 million in salary cap room, that's embarrassing. It's not a good story. It's embarrassing that you can't do that. Alshon Jeffrey. You think Alshon Jeffrey wouldn't have come to the Browns for a 1-year, $20 million deal instead of 1 year and $14 million with the Eagles? Of course he would have. The Browns still are the Browns. And here's another case in point. They cut RG3 today. Yeah. Okay? RG3, who last year was, oh no, he's our guy. And we all knew, I could have been the Browns GM last year. Why are we signing RG3? He's just going to get hurt.
You're listening to Jason Smith. Weeknights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Avast ye, homeowners. Are ye plagued by foreclosure? Well, here at Jim Ladd and Matey, we can stop your foreclosure now. We're a mortgage rescue company, and for the small fee of everything you hold dear, we will negotiate with your lender on your behalf, and we guarantee results. Guarantee results. Aye, the bird speaks the truth. Them's be the benefits of working with a true professional. So don't dilly-dally about. Listen to the wise counsel of your old pal, Honest Jim. He can't be trusted. Call Jim Ladd and Matey at 1-800-YAR-YAR. That's 1-800-YAR-YAR.
If you're facing foreclosure, make sure you're talking to the right people. Speak with HUD-approved housing counselors free of charge at 888-995-HOPE. That's 888-995-HOPE. Brought to you by NeighborWorks America and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Do your fingers hurt from pushing those buttons from channel to channel? Do you have blisters on your index finger and thumb? Well, if you do, my friend, we have the cure. No, it's not Valtrex. It's Fox Sports Radio. Here at Fox Sports Radio, you'll get the best in sports and entertainment. So chop off your fingers, but leave the middle and put that chronic flipping behind you.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Hey, today is a good day.
It is a good day. I want to thank all the guys that help out. Alex did a great job. Nick comes in late. David, phenomenal on the updates.
No small.
Jack helping out today. Jack doing a great job. And, of course, Gavin, who's become a familiar face. Is this going to be a one and done for you, Gavin, or what is this?
We'll just have to find out.
We don't know who we're going to see producing our show next.
That's a surprise, though.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
I never know if I'm going to be here on... I have had a lot of Sundays with you, Ephraim. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, man. Welcome.
It's been great. I appreciate hanging out here,
Let me get some other days with you. I'm trying to pick up more days, man.
Really?
I like this radio. Yeah, I like this radio thing.
It's pretty easy.
You let me talk for 3 hours. I mean, come on, huh?
I know.
My wife is like, yeah, please, go get it all out there. I'm tired of listening to you talk all day at home. So.
Well, we had a lot to talk about. By the way, I
We did.
just showed you some of the highlights of my appearance on Women Tell All.
Yeah.
I was the envy. Yeah, not a lot of guys get into that stuff.
No, I'm grilling you because I'm a huge fan of the Bachelor.
I know you are.
You know, shout out to ABC for having the first African-American bachelorette.
Yes, she was there, Rachel.
Rachel's
I saw her.
Yeah.
She's great.
I told my wife on her first one-on-one date, that's the next bachelorette. I told her that.
She's adorable. She's a lawyer, 31 years old. She's ready to go.
Her dad's a federal judge.
Federal judge, yeah. Smart cookie.
Smart cookie, man. Mm-hmm. I love it. I'm addicted to these type of shows. Man.
I know.
I'm a TV junkie.
The thing about being there in the studio audience is the fact that you see everything, right?
Yep.
Now you have the 19 women there, including Corinne.
Right. Good Lord.
So when you're there, you're seeing the raw cuts of what you're not going to see on TV.
Right.
First of all, the cursing is off the charts. I mean, they are dropping S-F, B-bombs everywhere.
Everything.
And they just have to get around it. And Chris Harrison, who seemingly has the greatest job on the planet, right?
Right.
I mean, how difficult it would be to say, Nick, ladies, this is the final rose, and then walk off the set, right? But I'll tell you this. Whatever he got paid to do that day, he earned it. 5.5 hours sitting there trying to put together a show, which you saw about an hour and a half. Oh, I earned it because my hands were throbbing from clapping so much.
You are a superhero, man.
Well, I know it's one of those bucket list things. Maybe I could get you in.
I mean, do you know someone? Can you slide me in there?
Know.
I would like to go.
Wait a second. So women tell all. Well, actually, it'd be bachelors tell all. Men tell all.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me.
But it'd be Rachel.
It would, but I have a problem with that many guys being so catty. Like that's a problem. That's a problem for me. Like I love.
Is it worse than sitting there watching these 19 women claw after each other?
That's. Say what you want. Women can attack each other like the best of them.
Oh, they are brutal.
But when it's 19
guys,
men, 19
crying
men
and
crying and clawing at each other, I'm like, dude, fellas, come on, man.
You still know the audience will be all women.
Of course.
You'll be the one guy.
I'll be the one guy.
I'll get you in the same seat I sat in. You'll be all over. People will see you, man.
Okay, let's make it happen. Me and wifey will go and laugh at these guys.
Take the whole show.
Yeah, because right now they're gonna start taping that show next month.
Yep.
Take 3 months to tape, and then after that they start the show all over again. Yeah, they go from Dancing with the Stars into Bachelor, back and forth.
Yep.
That's how they do it all year long.
All right, sign me up. I'm in.
All right. So
is Chris Harrison a vampire? Is he just going to do this for the next 200
well,
years?
Why
not?
Why
wouldn't you?
By the way, Chris Harrison did come over during the they had very few breaks. I mean, I had to stand up. My skinny ass, I was really hurting from sitting there so long. I know. Be careful. So anyway, he came over because we had the connection to get me on the audience, and he comes up to me and he said, "How'd you get roped into this?" That was his line to me.
Right,
he's like, really? And I'm like, you're earning your bucks today. And he goes, you're right about that, man. But
I like it.
But it's a lot of fun.
I'm in. Rope me in.
Because you get to see all that raw stuff.
Yeah, that's the stuff. I love the behind the scenes
stuff. And everything
I
else.
like that stuff.
Boy, you would stand out. The problem is you're so tall, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
and good looking. But I would definitely stand out.
Feel bad for the person sitting behind you.
That's my whole point, right?
Hey, it is what it is.
But I sat at the end. You saw where my seat was.
Yeah, it was a good seat.
It's a good seat. Excellent seat. Right behind the stage.
But you didn't get any cheese pasta.
I was so angry. So they were. It was Corinne, and she came out with the cheese.
Raquel's cheese pasta.
And I'm sitting here because we couldn't eat when we were 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
everyone was starving.
I'm not doing that. I need to bring snacks.
Well, they had some food before we left, but for 5.5 hours, man, you could bring a granola bar. That was about it.
Show me.
All right, so that's good. What's more important, that or winning the brackets for you? An opportunity to be in the studio audience for the
winning the brackets, because no one will ever do that. We love you.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus from wherever you are on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits.
For information, text the word TALK to 35517.
Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University.
To learn more about ASU online degrees, text TALK to 35517. Again, that's TALK to 35517.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. You've never done anything so hard in your life. You don't understand how you can finish. It takes inner strength and desire to become a Marine. When I finished, I was like, I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
For those with mental or substance use disorders, what does recovery look like? It's a transformation. It's a supporting hand. It's new beginnings. When does recovery start? It starts when you ask for help and support. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines. A tough and determined few, dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
The Patriots acquired wide receiver Brandon Cooks. Wow. Cooks is really good. The guy can do it all. He's had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons as a receiver. So what does this mean? The Patriots still have Jimmy Garoppolo. They still have Malcolm Butler, who's been part of trade speculation. I mean, why would you want to get rid of Malcolm Butler? Because you're afraid you can't sign him years from now? He's a hero throughout New England. And they went out and they got Buffalo's #1 corner earlier in free agency. So if I look at all the teams involved in free agency, including teams that aren't desperate, but Jacksonville, who have money to spend and have to improve, the Niners have brought in 8 or 9 new players. Nobody is close to the Patriots.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studio in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
March Madness is upon us. The field of 68 is set in college basketball. We're brought to you by TrueCar. You can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Quick update, USA Baseball already leading Canada 6-0, bottom of the second in Miami. A win and the U.S. advances to San Diego in the coming week's second round. To college hoops, Villanova is the #1 overall seed for the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats are the defending champions. They'll play the winner of Tuesday's opener, New Orleans or Mount St. Mary's. Late Tuesday, it'll be Kansas State versus Wake Forest. The winner there faces Cincinnati. Kansas is a number 1 seed in the Midwest. North Carolina, a 1 seed in the South. Gonzaga, 1 seed in the West to open against South Dakota State. Arizona, 2 seed in the West to play North Dakota. I'm Steve DeSager.
Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1. This is Fox Sports Sunday.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen of Radio Land?
With Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn.
Let's get the show on the road.
Fox Sports Sunday. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Jonas Knox and Brady Quinn.
Oh, yeah. It's that time of year. Time to get outraged over a bunch of teams that you never watched 1 second of this entire season. It is Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox here, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app. And you can listen to the show, as always, on SiriusXM, Channel 83, as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. My man, former NFL and Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn, what's happening? Have you filled out your bracket yet? Are you still surveying the landscape to see which way you're going to go?
No, of course I'm surveying the landscape. I mean, I'm the type of guy that actually tries to, look at, each of these teams. You're right, though. You've only seen probably like 5 of them ever play a game. But I look at their height. I maybe try to see some highlight clips, right? Do you remember when, was it Florida Gulf Coast, like Lob City, when they kind of came to the tournament? I just watched some highlights, and I was like, these guys look like they're pretty athletic and fun to watch. Maybe I'll pick them to have an upset and then kind of go on a little bit of a run. So I'm in that mode right now. Still kind of hurting from Notre Dame's loss in the ACC championship. They shot like crap. But outside of that, I think they've got – I was surprised they got a 5 seed. I thought they should have had a 4 seed, but what do I know?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Let's all just be honest. All right? We're not going to pretend and we're not going to act like, oh, you come here if you want the expert analysis. Let's be honest. Most radio hosts are going to have a conversation with you throughout the week and try and sell you on who their picks are. Nobody was watching college basketball up until about 2 weeks ago. Okay, everybody was enthralled with the NFL. So everybody is learning this as they go along. Now, you've got the rest of the week up until Thursday to make your picks, but there's so many things. That's why the NCAA tournament is why it's so rare that anybody gets, even close to a perfect bracket, because with the one-game elimination, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. And you've got so many teams in there, it's nearly impossible to know every detail and nook and cranny of every team out there. You can only learn a little bit about each team, and then from there, you roll the dice and see what comes up.
And even then, it's kind of impossible to try to predict it, right? I think I saw the number, there's 9.2 quintillion. I mean, that's, a 9 followed by 18 zeros. I mean, that's how many different possible brackets you can make when you talk about a 64-team format. So it's ridiculous to think that, one, someone's going to get it perfect. That's going to be near impossible. But to your point, everyone's watched this probably in the last week or two. It's like spending an entire semester on your couch playing video games and all of a sudden going in before finals trying to cram those last 2 weeks play catch-up for the final exam just so you can get a passing grade. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So none of us are going to be able to pick it accurately. However, I do think I might be able to pick a better bracket than you, my friend.
Oh, is that right, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Here's the thing, and I'm glad you opened that up. All right, I'm glad you opened that up, because for those of you that don't know, all right, you can pick against Brady Quinn and myself, okay? And it's completely free. If you just go to foxsportsradio.com, you enter into our bracket challenge. So go to foxsportsradio.com. As you can hear you typing right now, you go to foxsportsradio.com. You find Fox Sports Sunday with Brady Quinn and Jonas Knox. You join. It's completely free, and here's the best part of it, okay? You will get open hand slapped by Brady and myself in this tournament. You got no shot. Okay, you got no shot to beat either one of us in a bracket challenge. It's going to come down to Brady and I. We are superior in all of this, but you can join, and you can be welcome to the bludgeoning if you'd like to do so. Just go to foxsportsradio.com to make it happen.
Yeah, let me just throw this out there to all the listeners. If you want to ass kicking, like if you just feel like you've had life too good and you need to be humbled a little bit, come enter our bracket. Let Jonas and I kick your ass, okay?
What's the earliest your bracket's ever been done?
Probably like on a Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
Where I had a few too many drinks. I just filled it out as fast as I possibly could.
I rolled with Duke to win it all one year, and I think that was the year they lost to, God, it was a few years ago. They lost to some crummy team. I think it might have been VCU or somebody like that. But I think it was the first night I picked Duke, and literally it was over. There was no point in watching it, no point in paying attention. It was no point whatsoever in monitoring it for the rest of the time that the tournament was going on. It was to watch for pure enjoyment and to gamble on the side. Other than that, the bracket was over with, and it was just a wrap. So,
which could happen this year. I mean, there's a lot of parity in college basketball this year. You know, I think if there was any year where we might have like that vaunted number 1 seed, because I believe Duke was a 2 seed that year, and they ended up losing to a 15 seed.
Right.
You know, there's never been a 1 loss to a 16. If my recollection serves me correct.
It's never happened. The first team that it does happen, I'm going to make a statement here. The first 1 seed to lose to a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament, the school should shut down. They should shut down. You revoke scholarships, and anybody who has a diploma or a degree from that university, those are completely null and void. You wipe them out completely. That is what is at stake here. You should be wiped off the map, wiped off the planet. You've completely embarrassed your program. If a 1 seed loses to a 16 seed, it's over with.
Well, look, I'm not going to go that far, but here's the thing. On the bright side of all of this, Northwestern, first time ever they make it into the tourney, okay? So that actually leaves only 4 Division I teams that have never made it into the NCAA tournament. That's Army, Citadel, William & Mary, and St. Francis. So I'm not sure that's a huge surprise to people, but, I mean, think about how many schools there are in Division I college basketball. Northwestern, which is, it's a Big Ten team. It's kind of a big brand, at least in the Chicago area or the Midwest. They've never been to the NCAA tournament.
Isn't that crazy to think about?
Nuts.
Like,
it's crazy.
Because they've had athletes that have gone there. I mean, they've had guys that have gone there, but it's just, especially in Chicago, like you would look at it and go, man, I mean, they would be able to land somebody there at Northwestern to bring them to an NCAA tournament. The fact that they never got there and they're an 8 seed is incredible. It's like you'll hear stats sometimes in sports that'll completely throw you off. You don't even think anything of it. And I'll never forget, years ago, I was working in the South, and some guy pointed out to me that Mark Ingram was the first Alabama player ever to win the Heisman. And I said, no, you're crazy. So, no, look it up. And you go back and look, and it was. And they've only had 2 Heisman winners. As great as Alabama's been in college football, they've only had 2 guys win the Heisman. Ingram and I'm losing the running back a couple of years ago. Derrick Henry. Those are the only 2 guys that ever won a Heisman at Alabama. It's crazy when you think of it. So when I hear that Northwestern didn't make it, or Northwestern hadn't made it up until this point, that blew my mind, because I'm thinking it's Chicago. It's a basketball feeding ground. There's a lot of talent in and around the city there. Why would they struggle this long? I know academics are an issue, but there's other academic powerhouses that are successful in sports. Stanford in football, Duke in basketball. It's odd to me. It's one of those things that stuck out to me. Yeah,
Stanford's they've had a couple runs, and Duke clearly, and now. Again, obviously things have changed a little bit with the whole one and dones, and that's kind of a whole other story, which kind of leads me to this point. Obviously I'm watching the ACC tournament. I'm a Notre Dame alum, and part of the reason, besides just the fact of my affiliation with the university, was I was like, I know these kids. I've met a couple of the kids when I was kind of on campus and all of that, but I've watched them grow as a basketball player at Notre Dame. And I'm sure there's other people out there who, at their university, they don't have a bunch of one-and-dones. The kids go to school. If they're good enough, maybe they leave like their junior year, most likely graduating with a degree, and then maybe they'll have a chance to play as a senior. And I kind of thought to myself, like, I don't know who plays on Kentucky, because half those kids just go on to the NBA, and that's a whole different story and something that maybe we can discuss a little bit deeper. But it's fun to watch kids who I think you watch them grow as a player. You kind of see them mature as a person when you hear them do interviews and things of that nature. And it was fun for me to kind of watch that. Like, that to me is something that I miss in college basketball from some of the better teams. And I actually think the play itself, like if you're a basketball fan, you want to see ball movement, you want to see all the different things you look for, back cutting, screens. Like you see that more often instead of just like a spaced out one-on-one mano-a-mano approach, which doesn't always even get it done. I mean, a lot of times teams just play zone versus some of the better, more athletic teams as it is.
And that's what's so effed up about the tournament, though. You can be the most fundamentally sound basketball team, and if you have one off night, that's a wrap. See ya. That's a wrap, and that's why you see all. That's why what makes it great. But the reality is, the best team doesn't always win. You know, like if in a best-of-7 series in the NBA and the NHL and Major League Baseball, the best team always wins. You can make an argument that in the NFL, the best team doesn't always win. You just have one off game, and you're screwed. You could beat a team 9 straight times, and all of a sudden that 10th game, it just happens to be an off day in a playoff game in the NFL, and you're screwed. It's the same thing with college basketball. It's the same thing with March Madness. And the other thing, too, about one-and-dones, I actually think it would be more difficult to coach a one-and-done team than it would be a team of veterans. And the reason I say this is because with one-and-dones, it's always turnover. Constant turnover. Every year you've got new guys on your team, you've got new people around you. Just like look at any aspect of your life. If every single year you had brand new friends or a brand new job or a brand new wife, for some of you out there, listen.
Some people actually might want that.
I mean, they're laying on the horn like, what do I got to do to get into that? But that is a possibility as well too. But like, if you have that much turnover in your life, it's craziness. Like you could never. There's no stability long term. So for these guys that rip John Calipari or some of these other coaches, they're just recruiting one and dones. I actually think there's a part of it that's more difficult than it would be to coach a veteran team like a Villanova, like a Notre Dame, because you've actually got to re-coach these guys every single season.
I think there's something to that. I definitely think there's a certain skill and a talent it takes. You know, and to be quite honest, that sounds a little bit kind of like the professional level, right? Or even from my experience in the NFL, where every year you talked about it as a team. There's so much roster turnover, especially if you're on a bad organization, bad franchise. I mean, look, to be honest, I'm listening to you sit there talk about one and dones in basketball. I'm like, man, this sounds like an offensive coordinator and some of the teams I had to play for. Then you be with them for a year, and that's it. They get fired, guys get traded, guys get cut, and then you move on. And you can never have any success that way. Or if you do, it's rare to really build off of that. And I think that's why, as successful as Cal has been, regardless of where he's been, but right now at Kentucky, you're right. I mean, that's a huge hurdle to get over. I think you hear him talk about it where he just wants them to peak as a team at the right time.
Right.
And I think we've probably seen that, at least from Kentucky right now, right? They just won the SEC championship. They now go into the tournament with a little bit of momentum, and they're by far and away the most talented team. Is it kind of easy to say that?
Well, Duke is also up there as far as talent goes, but Duke has the same issues because they got so many young players. That guy Jason Tatum.
Yeah, he's a player. He's a stud,
God, man. I know everybody likes Lonzo Ball and they like Fultz and all that from Washington. I get it, but man, Tatum can play, and he gets better and better every single game. So, but he's a young guy, and they're learning how to play while this is going on. So again, Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio. Just to recap, the tournament, the brackets are out. Here are your 1 seeds. It's Villanova in the East region. Duke is the 2 seed in the East region, so that should be an epic showdown should they get that far. In the West, you've got Gonzaga. You've also got Arizona as the 2 seed in the West. That's also a good matchup. The South is brutal. You've got North Carolina as your 1 seed, Kentucky is your 2, and UCLA is your 3. So that's just murderer's row there in the South region. Then over in the Midwest region, it is Kansas with your 1 seed, and then Louisville your 2 seed. So the brackets are out. Again, if you want to participate in Brady Quinn and Jonas Knox's brackets so you can come get slapped around for about 3 weeks, you can do so. Go to foxsportsradio.com. Just enter into the bracket challenge. I'm going to tweet out a link here in a couple of minutes, and we'll get this whole thing started. But you guys don't have a shot, okay? It's free, okay? That's a good thing. I mean, you're going to get beat up and embarrassed in front of your family, but don't worry about it. It's completely free, so it's not going to cost you a dime.
Yeah, and Jonas, please give out our Twitter handles, just so they can, if they'd like to, if they can converse with us. Talk about the beating that they took, and anything else that they'd like to portray to the entire world on social media. Feel free.
You can get Brady. He loves being tweeted. He loves it. He can't get enough of it. You can get Brady at @3_goal, and you can get me at the Jonas Knox on Twitter. So again, I'm gonna tweet out the link. Get involved, and you're just 4 days away from taking a battle axe to the spine by Brady Quinn and myself in our bracket challenge. All right, we are brought to you by Geico here at the Fox Sports Radio studios. Brought to you by Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. He is Brady Quinn. I am Jonas Knox. This is Fox Sports Radio. It's also on the iHeartRadio app, and you can listen to the show on Sirius XM at Channel 83 as well. But up next, there was a story out of the NFL that if you would have been paying attention to us a long time ago, you would have seen coming. And now everybody's starting to figure it out. We'll get to that next.
You want to come at the best? You'll end up just like the rest.
This is compelling stuff.
That means you stay and listen.
You're all gonna be okay.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
I am your last line of defense.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Damn it. The best damn sports talk on your radio.
Hey, Arnie Spanier here. As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real price on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you can even show up on the lot. Need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP off new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new car or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall performance doesn't take a lot. Thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, when you buy one 12-ounce bottle of STP fuel injector cleaner, you'll get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner. Let's get you what you need. See store for restrictions and details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Burger King presents Breakfast Stories. Here's Pete, Tony, and the 2 for $4 croissant deal.
The other day, Pete and I go to Burger King for my croissant. You know, they're just 2 for $4.
Oh, it's my favorite. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so I got 2 croissant, and I get one of this guy.
I'm like, who are you?
I'm the guy that just paid for your breakfast.
That's my favorite guy.
You guys. The croissant deal is 2 for $4. Now made with 100% butter for a soft and flaky croissant. Get 2 croissant sandwiches now for $4 only at Burger King. Price and participation vary.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earn. For help, visit DAV.org.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm place on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice. Or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. Sometimes you've got an office family. And sometimes Team Family has got your back. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. The flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
.org. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
Just really sexy. It's the best sports talk on your radio.
What's the poll question?
No poll question tonight, but I could.
And it goes down with the names you trust.
Check this out. Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Clay Travis, Rich Eisen, Steve Gorman, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, JT the Brick, and many, many more.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Our lineup,
you understand?
Kicks the crap out of any other lineup. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Okay, FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and you can listen to the show as well on Sirius XM Channel 83 as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Brady, gosh, what a stunner. Can you believe this? The Dallas Cowboys reportedly don't expect to trade Tony Romo, probably going to have to release him. Man, nobody saw that coming.
I mean, how long have we discussed that topic?
Oh,
I mean, it was like halfway
God.
through the season, right?
It was so people that were tweeting about this, and you should really go back and somebody should find this. Like the people that were out there tweeting after Tony Romo went 3 of 4 in Week 17 against the crummy Eagles in a game that mattered to no one anywhere at all except if you bet on it. People out there that were going, "Oh God, man, that was the best case scenario for everybody. Now everybody's going to want to trade for Tony Romo." No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Like, it was the most overblown story because everybody just assumed that because Tony Romo had completed 3 passes in a garbage game that was basically a glorified exhibition game, all of a sudden teams were going to come in droves around the league. The problem with this is they could, if you could ask the Cowboys to go back and talk to Tony Romo, they would all want a redo on this. Because Tony Romo blew this entire thing, and the Cowboys blew this entire thing when they came out and said, yeah, Tony's only going to play for certain teams that have got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Okay, well then why would these other teams make an offer then? Okay, well, I'm already out of it. See ya. Like, I don't understand. Why everyone bought into this and were stunned to find out that nobody's trading for Tony Romo blows my mind.
Well, how about this, though? What about the thought that people think the owners care? Like Jerry Jones and Tony Romo, they have this buddy-buddy relationship.
Right. Yeah.
Like he's going to do right. He's going to do right. So, Tony Romo, if he is released, he's not going to go to a team that Jerry Jones asked him not to go to. Now, that may be the case only because, some of the teams within the division don't need a quarterback. Okay, so the Giants don't need one. Maybe the Redskins will, depending on what happens with Kirk Cousins and that whole dumpster fire. And obviously the Eagles don't. So that's not really even a possibility. Now, maybe there's some other teams in the NFC that would be a possibility, but there's only been 2 teams we've talked about. But either way, the Cowboys even said, they're like, well, we're going to release him. They came out, made the mention, and then it was like, whoa. Maybe we can hold on for a second. Maybe we can work out a trade with one of the teams that's looking for him. But then what happened? Free agency started. Tony Romo, still a Dallas Cowboy. Now, is that in the best interest of Tony Romo? Of course not. Because he's not able to, one, utilize the salary cap space that one of those teams that is trying to get him has at the current moment, and they're not going to be able to wait forever this offseason. And so they've got to continue to sign players and help build out. Now, there's ways out around that. But it just goes to show you the owners don't care about the players, whatever the perceived notion is between the ownership and the players, and they can go to their grandson's football games and all these other things. When it comes down to the business of the NFL, it is cutthroat. And they will not let a personal relationship get in the way of a team trying to win a Super Bowl, or how much a player should be paid, or what the long-term success looks like for a certain franchise and organization. And that's exactly where things are right now between Jerry Jones and Tony Romo. And unless he gets released soon, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't some heated words that start kind of being discussed, and this thing doesn't get really, really ugly.
They botched this from the beginning. They absolutely botched it from the beginning. Here's what they should have done. I was talking about this last night. Here's exactly how the Cowboys should have handled it. You pull Tony Romo aside and you say, who do you want to play for? And he gives you a list of teams. Well, I want to play for Houston, and I'll play for Denver, and I'll play for Kansas City. Okay, cool. What about some other teams that you're not willing to play for? Well, I'm not playing for the Jets. I'm not playing for the 49ers, not playing for the Browns, not playing for the Bears. Okay, we need those teams in the hunt, though, because that way it'll drive up the price, and maybe we will get something in return for you. Okay, no problem. We understand. We're not going to trade you to any of those teams, but we want to float it out there that they're still in the running, so that way one of these other teams you do want to play for actually trades something for you. Oh, perfect. Makes perfect sense. Problem is, Tony Romo's camp and the Cowboys started talking about how much they were loyal to each other and all the other BS to go along with it, and they told 4 teams who could have potentially driven up the price for other teams that he would have played for, yeah, you got no shot. So if I'm one of these other teams like Denver and Houston, you think I'm going to trade for Tony Romo? You guys have already shown your hand. It's like the Cowboys are going all in. You're playing them in Texas Hold'em. They're going all in. And then afterwards you go, hey, by the way, the reason you lost is because your cards were inside out. I saw everything you were doing. So, like, next time, at least cover your cards. The Cowboys showed everything, and then they pulled it back in the last minute and said, whoa, wait a second. Maybe somebody will trade for him. And everyone's jumping out there like, oh, gosh, if I'm Denver, if I'm Houston, I would totally make a trade for Tony Romo. I wouldn't. Not a chance. You're going to release him anyways. You already telegraphed everything you've done.
Cowboys fans will hate this comment. The way they've kind of botched this scenario almost makes me think that, one, last season, they overcame so much. I mean, not just the fact that Tony Romo was hurt, he wasn't their starting quarterback, and how often do we see a rookie quarterback have the type of year that Dak Prescott had?
Right.
You don't. How often do you see a running back like Ezekiel Elliott come in and have the type of impact that he does? I mean, that's maybe less rare, but pretty darn close. And then a defense step up the way they did, and a coaching staff be able to adjust and be flexible. But it leads me to this. If that's what the front office is about, and that's some of the dysfunction right now with how they've handled the business of football outside of what's being done on the field, I feel like they're going to be an uphill battle to try to repeat the type of success they had last season next season.
Yeah, they are so fortunate, man. I'm so glad you brought that up. They are so okay. We got to take. You brought up a good point. We got to take a break because I think I might insult you coming up in about 60 seconds. Okay, and I'm not going to do it intentionally, but it's about something near and dear to your heart. Okay, because I'm glad you got on this topic. We're going to take a quick break. Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn. We do want to let you know we are brought to you by Geico. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. There is a narrative about the Dallas Cowboys that's complete crap. Absolute crap. We'll explain what it is coming up in 60 seconds. First, though, let's find out what's trending.
How about them Cowboys?
The field of 68 is set for the NCAA tournament. By the way, the first 4 out become the top seeds for the NIT tournament, which will be announced over the next hour. That means Syracuse, Cal, and others for the NIT. Villanova, defending champions of the NCAA's #1 overall seed for this year's March Madness tournament. It'll play the winner of Tuesday's opener, New Orleans or Mount St. Mary's. Kansas is the 1 seed in the Midwest. It'll open against the winner of Wednesday's North Carolina Central UC Davis game. North Carolina is the 1 seed in the South. It'll play in South Carolina this week against Texas Southern, and then perhaps against the winner of Arkansas Seton Hall. Gonzaga, the #1 seed in the West, it'll open against South Dakota State, then perhaps against the winner of Northwestern and Vandy. Northwestern in its first ever NCAA tournament. By the way, in the South region, the top 3 seeds or North Carolina, Kentucky, and UCLA. NBA wins for Boston, Indiana, and Brooklyn, which has beaten New York. Brooklyn 12-53. I'm Steve DeSager.
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me! To find FS1 on your television,
Go to foxsports.com for details.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and you can listen to the show on Sirius XM Channel 83 as well as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where it's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. We will get back to the topic on hand, which is the Dallas Cowboys. There's BS being floated around about the Dallas Cowboys. We will get to that here coming up shortly. I do want to let you know, if you go to my Twitter account, at @TheJonasKnox, the link to sign up to our free bracket challenge is ready to rock. Click in. It's free. You sign up. You join the fun, and Brady Quinn and myself promise you a complete and total beating for the next 3 weeks in the NCAA bracket challenge. Go fill out your bracket. You'll compete against Brady and I completely free. Just go to foxsportsradio.com or just go to my Twitter account, @TheJonasKnox. Click the link, and you can find the place and the time and where you need to be so you can get slapped around by Brady and myself.
And how about this? We've already got Curtis Galloway on Twitter calling us out, asking to co-host with us if he slaps us around a little bit.
Yeah, you got it, pal. I'll tell you, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll tell you, you can co-host every break with us. How's that? That's how it's done. Listen, you guys don't stand a chance, all right? And Brady and I aren't trying to be blowhards, and we're not trying to pretend like we're the best in the world at this, but we kind of are. Okay, yeah. And we're just pointing out facts here. You got no shot. If you think you got a shot, there's a line in the sand. Come cross it and get bruised. Period.
And here's the deal. My mom and her friends, they do a bracket every single year. They have a whole group, do this whole bracket. I absolutely crush them. And for those of you who are sitting there saying, what does your mom know about college basketball, or even her friends for that matter, they know nothing. But they have just as good of a chance as you do, because most people have no idea who they're picking or know anything about any of these teams. So go, please sign up. Let us just beat you down with our bracket, our superiority.
Yes.
And look, I'm just going to throw that out there. And if we lose, which won't happen, all right, well, there'll be a surprise on the other side.
Yeah, there will.
I'll just leave it that way.
There'll be a surprise. And in order to find out what the surprise is, you've got to play in our bracket challenge so that we can slap you around to get to the surprise. Period. End of point. All right, so we got to get to this Cowboys stuff. You brought up a good point about the Cowboys and everything that sort of, fell in line for them last year, and that, if this offseason, the way they're handling the Tony Romo stuff, is it going to make it difficult for them to have a repeat performance next year? And I'm so glad you brought that up, because people think I'm crazy about this. Do you know how fortunate they are to have had what happened last year happen? All right, like everybody makes it seem like the Dallas Cowboys really pulled all the right strings, and man, what a draft and what a year, and oh man, everything just landed. Everything fell into place, but they orchestrated it all. The Dallas Cowboys pulled the strings. First of all, you took Ezekiel Elliott with the 4th overall pick. Behind that offensive line, you can make an argument you could have waited and taken a running back later on and gotten somewhat near that production behind that offensive line. Think I'm crazy? Darren McFadden, who's 90, had over 1,000 yards this season before on a 4-win team. Then you take Dak Prescott, all right? They take Dak Prescott, and the only reason they took Dak Prescott is because they wanted to trade up. If Carson Wentz was there at 4, they would have taken Carson Wentz, which means Ezekiel Elliott would have been out the window. If Carson Wentz would have been there, they would have taken him. They wanted to trade back into the first round to take Paxton Lynch, and Jerry Jones talked about how devastated he was after the first round that they couldn't do it, but Denver beat him to it. Then they wanted to trade back up to try and take Connor Cook, and that didn't happen either. Dak Prescott fell in their laps. They passed on him 3 or 4 times, and he landed in their laps. Those are their 2 best players from the past season, and they were fortunate enough to have him. And on top of that, and I don't mean to insult you, but Jalen Smith as a 2nd-round pick when the guy's leg almost fell off in a bowl game was a bad pick. It was an awful pick at the top of the 2nd round. And they got away with it because they had a good year. But you can't justify that pick whatsoever.
Not considering everything that they were dealing with on defense. I mean, when you look at the suspensions they had to DeMarcus Lawrence, Randy Gregory, right? And then you're looking at Sean Lee, a linebacker who is really productive. He's a good player. He's not always healthy, though. He's not always able to actually make it through. Rolando McClain had his own issues.
Yeah.
So you're looking at that linebacker core saying, we actually need someone who can come in and play right away, especially if something happens to Sean Lee. And that wasn't the case. So I'm with you on that. I was a little bit surprised by it, but much like Miles Jack, who also got injured from UCLA.
Right.
You know, those are two of the top, rated guys coming out. I think both teams felt like, look, these guys are too talented to not take the chance in a second-round pick. And the team doctor for the Dallas Cowboys, he did Jalen Smith's surgery. So if anyone knows the type of recovery and the progress that he was making, the Cowboys did. So I know you're going to hate on that pick. I think from the timing perspective of what they needed and when they went, with that pick, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. But it's definitely going to pay off once Jalen Smith gets on the field this year for them.
Yeah, no, and that's my only issue with it. Like Jalen Smith, you can make an argument he would have gone number 1 overall last year. Because if he's available and on the board, I don't think Cleveland, I don't think Tennessee trade out of those top 2 spots. So he goes early on. I don't think either one of those teams trade out because he would have had an immediate impact. I know guys like Mike Mayock love Jalen Smith. They said he was the best guy in the draft. Then he gets hurt in an exhibition game. He gets screwed in the bowl game, and his knee is destroyed. But the idea that the Dallas Cowboys, coming off a 4-win season, just because Jerry Jones wanted to make a fun pick and grab some guy and grab a couple of headlines, you take that guy after a 4-win season is craziness. And if I was Jason Garrett and I'm the head coach there, I'm looking around going, bro, it's like we need groceries. I sent you out to go pick up tomatoes. You came back with a coffee maker. Like, what are we doing here? I don't understand. So it didn't make any sense. That's why when everyone talks about the Dallas Cowboys are set up for long-term success, are they really? I mean, like last year, a lot of things fell their way. So you pointed out, and it's a good point. If this offseason is any indicator as to what they're going to have to deal with moving forward, Dak Prescott's going to struggle a little bit more next season. You see it all the time with quarterbacks their second year. Teams start to figure them out. Doug Free just retired off the offensive line. They're getting older. I don't think it's this slam dunk that Dallas is going to have the year that they had the year before, and that's why that loss to Green Bay in the playoff game was such a killer.
And you look at what they've done so far in free agency. Doug Free retires. Ron Leary's gone. I mean, they signed Nolan Carroll. So, look, he was a productive player with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's going to be able to help out their secondary. They needed that because Brandon Carr became a free agent. Mo Claiborne's gone. There's a number of question marks they've got in their secondary. So that kind of shores up from one standpoint. But then Terrence Williams, you extend him. And besides that, they haven't done anything. And now maybe they feel like that's the position that they're in because Jalen Smith will be coming back, this year. They'll get to see what he looks like. They want to build through the draft. They want to see maybe once they clear up some cap space by releasing Tony Romo, if they can't work out a trade, maybe they'll be a little bit more active with some more, valued players at that mark. Because if you're looking at free agency as a whole right now, there's some teams that, and we'll talk about this later on, that, we feel like have done pretty well. They've kind of cashed in, made some moves, and there's others that have been really quiet to this point. And a lot of GMs or former GMs will tell you that there's a lot of value in signing the guys that are currently still free agents, trying to figure it out because they've proven themselves to a certain degree. It's just they're not going to be as highly paid as some of these other guys, and that's where the team sees the value. But I mean, we can even go back to Stephen Jones convincing Jerry Jones not to draft Johnny Manziel.
Right.
Can you imagine what kind of dumpster fire that would have been if he ended up in the Cowboys?
Oh man! First of all, if he's in Texas, I'm trying to. When did they do last call in Dallas? I mean, because then the conversation goes.
I think it's pretty early. I think it's like 1, maybe 2.
Listen,
maybe.
he got into trouble in Cleveland. You leave him anywhere near, and you're a Dallas Cowboy and you're a quarterback, and he's already got ties in Texas. I mean, good God. That would have been fantastic for everybody involved. But I think that when people look at the Dallas Cowboys, the narrative is, man, they're set for the future. And it's not a slam dunk, man. Like, it's not a slam dunk. Not in that division where you've got teams that are getting better. I mean, luckily you got a couple of bye weeks added on to next year's schedule in the form of the Washington Redskins, and that's going to help. But nonetheless, I don't know. I think it's a good point by you that if this offseason is going to be that dysfunctional and it's an indicator as to what happens next year, they might be in trouble.
Well, okay, so let's look at their division quickly. The Giants, they just signed Brandon Marshall, so now they have him alongside of Odell Beckham Jr. and their budding rookie going into his second year, Sterling Shepard. I'm not even sure they need a running game if they need to improve that. But they're trying to improve their offensive line as well. We already knew the defense can really play. They signed JPP back. So you're looking at this team now, and if I had to look into next season and say which one's going to contend for the division, if you want to put Dallas in that conversation, the Giants, to me, are the favorite, at least on paper, whatever that means. And then I might look at Philly with some of the moves that they make, and Torrey Smith and Alshon Jeffrey. I mean, they've signed a number of guys I think will help them in the passing game. All of a sudden, this division looks incredibly tough to win.
Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox here, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and you can listen to the show as well on Sirius XM Channel 83 as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Up next, though, there was an incident that took place that was caught on camera, and we are going to get inside information into one of the most epic meltdowns in recent sports history. We'll have that for you next year on Fox Sports Radio.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
And we're taking over your city.
Oh, yeah.
About time.
It's a survive and advance mentality.
It's what we do.
I want people to pull over and call me.
Album called Ben. He's your number one homosexual.
So get used to it. This is Fox Sports Radio.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. If you own a home, there's a good chance its value has gone up. In fact, year over year, housing values nationwide have risen by more than 6%, one of the largest increases this decade. Quicken Loans has smart ways to help you take advantage of your home's rising equity. You could take cash out to consolidate debt, or you could refinance to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening with the housing market, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit JDPower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Smile.
Smile, buddy.
Come on. Smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah. Maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy. You know how boys are.
Or maybe he's teething. Oh, poor baby. I think his gums hurt.
Maybe he's just tired.
Or maybe his tummy hurts. He didn't eat that much.
Maybe he's not ticklish.
You think maybe he's scared of the dog?
Maybe he'll outgrow it. Maybe it's a phase. Maybe he just doesn't like smiling.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs or see a doctor today for an autism screening. The sooner it's diagnosed, the better. And it can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
There are quite literally dozens of words referring to a woman's breasts. Some whimsical, some unflattering or crude. But one thing is clear. Americans seem obsessed with this part of the female anatomy. Sometimes an obsession can prove positive, like when it promotes greater awareness and increased funding to fight breast cancer. Unfortunately, another kind of cancer causes almost twice as many deaths among women. That's why we'd appreciate it if the next time you referred to a woman's pair of lungs, you actually meant her lungs. Lung cancer kills over 70,000 women a year, and while lung cancer rates have decreased for men in the last 20 years, they've been rising for women. So talk to your friends, family, and doctor. Obsess all you want over that set of lungs you can't live without. For answers to questions, log on to our website, nationallungcancerpartnership.org. The National Lung Cancer Partnership. Women. Research. Change.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
The Patriots acquired wide receiver Brandon Cooks. Wow. Cooks is really good. The guy can do it all. He's had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons as a receiver. So what does this mean? The Patriots still have Jimmy Garoppolo. They still have Malcolm Butler, who's been part of trade speculation. I mean, why would you want to get rid of Malcolm Butler? Because you're afraid you can't sign him years from now? He's a hero throughout New England. And they went out and they got Buffalo's #1 corner earlier in free agency. So if I look at all the teams involved in free agency, including teams that aren't desperate, but Jacksonville, who have money to spend and have to improve, the Niners have brought in 8 or 9 new players. Nobody is close to the Patriots.
JT the Brick with Tom Luning.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location?
In the forest near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken in the view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes 1 spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330 The Fan.
Show or interview live.
Meta World Peace, Sean Payton's our guest.
In the zone with us now, it's Grant Hill.
It's time for us to remind you yet again
That you can go to foxsportsradio.com and podcast.
If you're going to intentionally walk somebody, just point to first and he'll take his base.
Draymond Green is not very smart.
You got to choose between Jay Cutler and Colin Kaepernick. Who would you pick? Jay Cutler.
podcast anything and everything.
Right.
That's foxsportsradio.com for all your podcasting needs.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
On FS1.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen to the show as well on Sirius XM Channel 83 as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. So there was a classic meltdown in the world of sports. We are going to get inside details as to what happened coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We do want to remind you the NCAA brackets are set. If you're just tuning in, Villanova is the 1 seed out of the East. They're in the same region as Duke, who is the 2 seed. Out West, you've got Gonzaga was the 1 seed. Arizona is the 2. The South is probably the most difficult region. As far as the top 3 go, you've got North Carolina 1, Kentucky 2, also UCLA sitting at 3 in the South region. And then over in the Midwest, your 1 seed is Kansas, and Louisville is your 2 seed. So we've been talking about this because, obviously, they were just announced a short time ago. Brady Quinn and myself, we are doing a free bracket challenge, all right? So if you go to my Twitter account, @TheJonasKnox, you just sign up, click the link, sign in, you find Brady Quinn and Jonas Knox, you find our bracket, you fill one out, and you get involved. And there's a special added detail to this. There's something that we're giving away. We're giving away beatings, is what we're giving away. You got no chance, okay? So if you want to get curb stomped by Brady Quinn and myself by picking an NCAA bracket, feel free to do so. It won't cost you a dime. You'll just get embarrassed in front of your own family.
Yeah, if you want to feel better about yourself, don't enter our bracket, okay? Because you're going to leave feeling very sad, like your life has been ruined in the world of college basketball. Don't enter our bracket. Go enter someone else's. But if you're feeling up to it, maybe if you want to challenge, then I would say step up to the plate. Maybe you'll get a bat on the ball. Maybe you'll have a better batting percentage than Tebow in spring training. I don't know. But at this point, step up to the plate if you really think you want to challenge.
I want everybody to join listening right now. I want you to join again @TheJonasKnox on Twitter. Click the link. It's there. Sign in. It's completely free. You can compete against me, a guy who used to work at Toys R Us, and Brady Quinn, a guy who used to play at Notre Dame. All right, I don't know how much better this can even get for you, but I just want you to know, because I want everybody involved in this. I want you to sign in, because we want to make examples out of all of you, okay? We want to make examples out of all of you. You're listening right now in your car, you're at home, you just got off work. Just understand that by clicking that link and signing in and filling up a bracket, you're in essence signing your own toe tags, okay? You are signing your own toe tags because you got no shot of beating either one of us. So there it goes.
Think about how many times we've said this in the first hour. I can only imagine by the third hour.
3 hours of this.
The verbal abuse our participants will be taking.
I want to get as many people of this as possible. I think it'll be fun, man. Talk a little trash and come hang out. So, Brady, I got to get to this because I figure if anybody would know and have inside information, I figured you might be the guy. Did you ever get hammered at Notre Dame? Like bombed? Just, you and I talking, nobody else listening. Did you ever get bombed?
Look, when I was out of season, when I was legal and able to.
Out of season, yes.
Yeah. I've definitely had my night or two.
Okay.
When I was of age.
Okay. Did your night ever sound like this?
Yeah. Okay. I've been standing here listening to it. I'm finished with it. Keep going. I'm done. Go ahead. Step up in front of the gun. Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm done! Are you kidding me? I'm done! I didn't put your hands behind your back. I didn't say anything. Put your hands behind your back. Oh my God! I didn't say anything. Put your hands behind your back. It's behind my 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 back. I didn't say anything. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I didn't say anything. No, you're just a dumb trying to run. That was stupid. All right, man. I'm going to roll you up on your butt, okay? Sit up. All right, go ahead and put this knee on the ground. Put this knee on the ground for me. All right, now we're going to roll up. Stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Heisman Trophy candidate, Baker Mayfield, everybody. Baker Mayfield, your next year's Heisman candidate, Baker Mayfield. What a performance. Brady Quinn, did your night as a star quarterback in college ever go like that?
No, never. And one thing is, I don't understand the logic in running from the cops in his position. Like,
and he cries.
I can understand the point that, when at that age, most people, when they see cops, they want to walk the other way or they want to run, especially if you've been out drinking. But someone in his position, he has to know there's no upside. And here's the worst part. When you watch the video, I mean, is that all the speed he has? Like, now I'm really curious what his 40 time is going to be if he gets invited to the Combine next year, because he looked like he had a really slow first step. There's got to be some scouts or evaluators who's just going to hammer him on this subject whenever it comes time.
Like, I'm telling you, man, that was the equivalent. Basically, Baker Mayfield is everybody in our bracket challenge, and you and I are the Fayetteville Police, okay? That's what happened in that video. He got annihilated. If just play it again. Like, the best part is when he starts crying at the beginning because he's so terrified. This is how bombed he is.
I've been standing here listening to it. I'm finished with it. Keep going. I'm done. Go ahead. Step up in front of the gun. Oh my God!
Oh my! He sounds like a 4-year-old at a haunted house.
That had to have been the hardest hit he's taken in his football career yet. I mean, that was vicious.
What a disaster. If I had a Heisman vote, I'd vote for him immediately. I wouldn't even watch any other games. Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio. Up next, Brady Quinn is going to break down your NFL team's offseason. That's next here on FSL.
All right, guys, huddle up. Coach's car battery died and he's running behind. And since I haven't been paying attention, I have no idea what plays we run or what most of your names are for that matter. So what I'll do is I'm going to pop this antacid tablet. I'll fall down. I'll fake a heart attack. And then you guys act shocked and concerned and stuff. And hopefully that'll buy me enough time for the coach to get here. All right, team on 3.
Make sure you'll be there. Get a car battery test today. Find a location at interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries. Outrageously dependable. Welcome to Geico's Motorcycle Meanderings.
Oh man, this is great. I sure saved a lot of money by switching to Geico. I scored some big savings, and now I can use their mobile app 24/7 for all sorts of stuff. Life just makes sense now. What doesn't make sense is if a highway splits, it's a fork in the road. Then wouldn't a long straight stretch be a knife in the road? And then wouldn't a cul-de-sac be a spoon in the road? What would a spork be?
Geico Motorcycle. Savings that make sense.
There's always a moment of truth where it's either put up or shut up. We were yelling our hearts out. Even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I don't know where the pain went to, but all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And these 2 simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
This is Chicago-style hot dog here. I'm not feeling too good. Turns out, along with all the other bad things my cholesterol does, they say it's a risk factor for strokes. Strokes? Sheesh. Good news from National Stroke Association. Exercising, eating right, and asking your doctor about medicines that can help lower your cholesterol, like statins, may reduce the risk of a first stroke. And if you've already had a stroke, it's even more important you lower your cholesterol.
Lower your chances of stroke by controlling your cholesterol. Visit stroke.org today.
Who's the microphone assassin?
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Transmitting now.
For all the noise that Kirk Cousins wants out of Washington, right? Do I think that's true? I don't believe that's actually 100% accurate. Kirk Cousins simply is blowing smoke to get a new contract. That's what this is all about. And all these stories that are out there. If Dan Snyder decided when he wakes up in the morning, I'm going to open up my piggy bank and I'm going to throw some coins at Kirk Cousins. If Cousins was presented a proposal that would make him one of the highest paid quarterbacks year after year with a big signing bonus, he would be singing a whole different song. Right? All these negative stories that are being leaked out, it's just to get a long-term contract.
Ben Maller. The Ben Maller Show.
The microphone throttler. Weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending
now.
Defending champion Villanova is the number 1 overall seed for this year's NCAA tournament. It'll play the winner of Tuesday's opener, New Orleans or Mount St. Mary's. North Carolina, the 1 seed in the South. It'll play in South Carolina this week. Duke is the 2 seed in the East, but it'll also play in South Carolina this week. Kansas, the 1 seed in the Midwest. Louisville, the 2 seed in the Midwest. Gonzaga is the 1 seed in the West. Arizona, the 2 seed in the West. By the way, Florida State, the 3 seed in the West, but gets to play in Orlando this week, opening up against Florida Gulf Coast. And the Florida Gators play in Orlando this week as the 4 seed in the East region. They'll open against East Tennessee State. With TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. The U.S. will advance out of the World Baseball Classic first round with the win. They're up 7-0 on Canada in the 5th.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd
On FS1, this is Fox Sports Sunday.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen of Radio Land?
With Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick, Brady Quinn.
Let's get the show on the road.
Fox Sports Sunday. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Here's Jonas Knox and Brady Quinn.
So there's a lot of you out there who are really, really excited about what your team did. You were stoked, ecstatic about what your favorite NFL team did during the week. Unfortunately, Brady Quinn is going to crush your dreams. He's going to crush your hopes and dreams coming up here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll explain here on Fox Sports Radio. He is Brady Quinn, former NFL, former Notre Dame quarterback, superstar extraordinaire. I am Jonas Knox. I used to work at Chuck E. Cheese. I was the rat for quite some time here on Fox Sports Radio, iHeartRadio, and you can also listen to the show on Sirius XM Channel 83 as well as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brady Quinn, this was free agency this past week. Did it bring up any memories? What was your most memorable moment from being a free agent during free agency week?
The anxiety of having a couple teams who you were kind of talking to and offering a contract and choosing between those